Valkyria the Bloody!
Takers of skulls! Marauders of corn! Wolffather's warriors! Axfather's marauders!
Chaos warriors! Battle hungry! Warriors of corn!
Brothers in bloodletting!
Yes!
Valkyria!
Devoted legion of killers! I do not ask you to fight! I am telling you to fight!
Axfather's marauders! Seeking torment! Marauders on the move! No fear, no regret! The Howling Horde! On march! Finding victims!
Swiftly!
Moving! The gods will it! March and scourge! Searching for battle! Claim it for corn! Marauders of corn!
We have a victory point! Keep it from the foe!
Making ground! To the fight! Rage guides me!
Slaughter them!
Followers of chaos down to wait!
Axfather's marauders! Move! Follow the blood!
For the kill! Cornet's blessings! Seeking the fight!
Close to the shade! Our duty obeyed!
Seeking torment! Stand by the Valkyrie!
Valkyria the Bloody! Incidental!
Bring torment! Brothers in bloodletting! Valkyria! Marauders of Corn!
Reap skulls!
Corn's greatest warriors!
Slaughter personified!
Valkyria! Corn's greatest warriors!
Valkyria the Bloody! Going!
March and scourge! Seeking fallen!
Gauze! Fast!
Axfather's marauders! Escaping doom!
With haste!
Marauders of Kol!
Seeking victim.
Go back here!
Slaughtered thirsts!
Armies of the Dark Gods. Glorious bloodshed!
To safety!
It is done!
Follow the blood! Leaving the slaughter! For Valkia!
Glorious slaughter!
Battle hungry.
We smell slaughter!
Gors. Cautious. Blood river. Carnage moves.
Valkia the Bloody!
Searching for battle! Glorious devastation!
For corn!
For chaos.
Skulls and slaughter!
Blood river. Red tear.
Shield Maiden!
Blood river.
Axe Father's Marauders!
One of your units has been destroyed.
Khorne's greatest warriors! Black for the Blood God! Marauders are gone! We crave devastation!
Most brutal blood river. Ten skull.
Blood for the Blood God!
Blood river.
Master, behold!
Chaos warriors of Korn. Forces. Slayish act. Slaughter.
Fury of corn!
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
The Gore Queen!
Freya Shayish.
The North abides!
Taking action! Move out! Execute!
Slaughter.
The Wolf Father's verdict! Seeking torment! Wolf Father's warriors!
Blood river. Taking prey.
Finding victims! Marauders on the move!
No! The enemy has slain our lord!
Nonsense! Oh, fuck on! Ghost!
Takers of skulls! Brothers in bloodletting!
Hellblade burn! Blood Reaper! Whoa! Mercy! Lecture! Fast! Slaughter!
I knew it! Unending glory is yours!
Alright, I don't know what the hell was going on. That sucks. I just noticed now that everybody was saying that my mic was muted. It just stopped recognizing my microphone for a minute there. The gesticulations with the mouse make it likely he's accidentally muted. Yeah, I was trying to tell you all the deepest secrets of the corn tuck. You didn't get spanked, Hoot. That was the blood reapers chasing the whatchamacallit around. The Siren of Red Ruin was pretty brutal because Siren got no value. And the Blood Reapers ended up paying for themselves towards the end as they were like dueling the Lord. And they did get a little bit of damage on the Siren as well. Siren's risky. Siren, if it's countered by a couple of like characters, it's pretty hard to get any value out of it. I don't think it's all that good, personally. But if you can protect it, then it can get you obscene amounts of value. I mean, it's one of the best like infantry clearing tools in the game. It's just whether or not you can actually keep it safe enough for it to shoot. Which against most factions, you can probably do, but against Khorne, I think it's a little bit of a hazardous proposition. They're fast, too. They've got a 42, 43 foot speed or something. Let me check. Yeah, a 46, even better. Yeah, they got the same foot speed as Scar. And I personally think that 2 Blood Reapers are way better than just bringing Scar Blood Wrath. I'm going to help out Dark Age Rush here. Their opponent reported wrong. One sec, guys. Alright, we should have it sorted. Let me actually, let's go check. Yeah, okay. So we got that nice and sorted out. We got a few more games going. Christopher's via Navigator Martin, Tom, Rust, and Berserk and Elvio. Berserk is back on the scene, coming for all of our tourney wins. Berserk, oh, Berserk does have the tourney wins here. Let's go actually take a look at the leaderboard right now, because I haven't been keeping up with this season nearly as much as I have the last few. I haven't been able to play in a whole lot of tournaments, unfortunately. But we're getting to participate today. Oishi at the top here, with Outer Region right behind. Outer has been playing very clean. Like, maximized gameplay. Ash is up here. Ash is somebody who has been around for a while, but mostly has been playing Conquest and stuff, so it's fun to see the overlap and see that skill translate. Because Conquest is very much about really strong early engagements, an effective like mass dive. And then with Dom, you know, you can bring out answers or to supplement your forces trying to do whatever it is that you want to accomplish. And typically the thing that I see most Conquest players like not love about Domination mode is just the fact that you can summon everything out infinitely, basically. Which is something that I would like to see CA address in whatever their next game is. Because I think Dom is a great mode. I do think that there's some things that could be optimized about it. Like putting a limit on the number of resummons of a unit would be a pretty good idea, I think. Because for longer games, it would really come down to effectively managing your like unit resources, rather than just like clicking a button to summon out your Seeker for a third time. That's probably the most egregious example. Is units like that have like ridiculous like foot speed, really good at like clearing out specific units, or generalist like success, kills anti-everything basically. Units like that can be a little frustrating to just see out on the field over and over and over again. I'm not a huge Conquest person. I've played a fair amount of it now. It's not for me. But everybody's, you know, different strokes. And Conquest is really fun to watch. I watch a lot of Human Boys Conquest and land battle tournaments. Alright, one game left. And then we'll get into round 2, and we'll see who we're going to get trounced by. We got really stiff competition today. It's a lot of the like top players on the scene right now. Boss got his tournament wins. Via with the zombie PFP on Total Tavern, very hilarious. Oh, and Alexander is back. Got a tourney one too. Hell yeah. Introduce a cooldown on the same unit rather than removing it for... Well, I mean, they already have a cooldown. That's kind of what the regeneration in reserves is. I would call that a cooldown. I think it just needs to be a hard limit. Like, you can summon something out, like if it starts in reserves, you can summon it 2 times total. If it starts in your main army, then you get 3 overall summons of it. I think that'd be something to balance. It'd be an idea to look at the least. I'm just all for, what do you call it? Iteration and optimization. Like, I think that the game shines most when it comes down to, like, highly specific matchups between units. Rather than there just being, you know, something that's, like, exceptionally good against everything. I think units like that tend to skew the game in a very negative way. Like the Dowie Thunder Barge, and what are some of the other units that I feel... Oh, the Thunder Tusk for the Ogre Kingdoms. I don't know what the hell they were thinking design-wise with this thing. 2,300 gold for just, period, one of the best units that any of the Warhammer games has seen. Like, anti-infantry, artillery shooting, It's got the anti-large stuff on the top with the harpoon and the harpoon launcher. It's only 300 gold more for more health on the Stonehorn. Same leadership. 2 less melee defense. Oh my goodness. So brutal. And then it's got more ammo than the Stonehorn harpoon launcher. And basically the same range. This unit is ridiculous. They need to take away the missile resist. What else? I'm going to get rid of the chilling aura. I don't think I've ever seen this unit not get its value back. Even in games where the ogres, like, fumble the bag spectacularly and manage to lose, it's almost always still going to pay for itself. What are some of the other units? I don't know. There's really not that many right now, which is a good thing. It's just a handful of the DLC units that came out were overtuned. Hellforge Bellowers is still a little insane. A lot of that does come down to just the fact that it's on the Khorne roster and Demons of Chaos roster, which are really strong already. And the tools synergize so well together. This is a lot less egregious than the Thunder Tusk, but I do feel like it's one of those units that's a little too good at everything it's trying to do. Just beats way too many units, and you have to skew your matchup towards it too much. Alright. We're advancing Swiss. And we'll let everybody know. That way we can keep it rolling as quick as possible. We'll get away from the Chungus Kingdoms and find out who our opponent is. Attack speed, okay. What map are we on? Cassars? Yeah. And we'll wait. I'm pretty sure attack speed is on Wood Elves. Yep. Okay. Wood Elves can be kind of tough for Khorne. They've got some pretty strong units, but you've got a lot of good tools that can deal with the mobility of the Wood Elves, as well as threaten their missile lines pretty aggressively. So we're going to be trying to make use of that as much as possible. Probably don't need that. Maybe that item will be pretty good here. Yeah, I don't think that CA really tests the DLCs, the DLC units all that much in like a multiplayer context. I think most of their interest is in trying to balance it for campaign. And I can see Thunder Tusks being a great Doomstack unit, a very fun unit in the campaign. In a multiplayer setting, it's wildly undercosted. Yeah, on Cassars, they'll do pretty well here. And what else do we need? One of these guys. No, I don't think those are going to be very good. I was thinking about bringing a certain unit, but I've seen them get dunked on a little too often for my liking. Against Wood Elves, particularly. So I think we're going to steer clear of them. Is this too elite? Yeah, it's too elite. I can't afford to go with that. Can I save any money anywhere? I don't think so. Might not be able to start off as aggressively as I really want to here. You know what? I think I'm good. Thank you, Jonas. Yeah, it would be nice if they would balance separate from a single player, but I don't know if that's really something that CA is ever going to do. Multiplayer is, I mean, way smaller than the single player community is, obviously. I don't know. They would probably need separate... I don't know if they would need separate, like, teams to be able to accomplish that. But that would just be, like, a level of internal bureaucracy that I don't think would be good for the game overall. I think it's better for the multiplayer community to come up with their own ideas and restrictions for stuff than to try and force CA to be held to some kind of impossible standard by us. Alright, attack speed's going to take a minute just to finish counting it up. We'll take a look at the win rates and talk about that. Slaanesh, crazy right now. Seekers and Hellstriders, all of the usual suspects for Slaanesh, wildly overperforming currently. Apparently they got a model change. That's why the Seekers are so good at killing SEs, because they can pile in like crazy against large targets now. Ogre Kingdoms... I don't see them getting played a ton since people started just outright banning the Thunder Tusks, but they're probably still like a solid like 50+% win rate faction. Ogre Kingdoms are always and forever going to be a faction that, in the hands of a very like skilled player in terms of like their micro and understanding of matchups, they'll be very strong. Beastmen, kind of the same deal as Ogre Kingdoms. They're so fast, and they're so swarmy. If they break your initial formation, they'll probably win the game just by grinding you down. Norska up here. Lots of really aggressive factions at the top. Like, who would have thought, you know? But then in the, like, the second tier, sub 60, you get Dowie at the top. Just understandable. Dowry are very stalwart. They've got good shooting. Kind of hard to deal with them sometimes. Vampire counts. Vampire counts are a little surprising. They don't have a ton of games played on them, but, you know, the people who play vampire counts are very, very practiced. And they can get away with murder in a lot of matchups because people don't know what to bring against vampires because you don't see them all that often. And you can definitely put yourself in a hole by trying to grind in against them, which I see a lot of people make the mistake of doing. We finally got Warriors of Chaos out of the pits somehow. I don't know who's playing them right now to do that, but they've been down here at the bottom of the win rate for forever now. But them suddenly jumping up probably has more to do with Blood Beasts than anything. They did get restricted, though. Like a lot of people did. You can see this is like probably the highest win rate they'd had up to this point was almost an entire year ago at this point, or 2 years ago. But hovering right up around here at the top, which is pretty impressive, and they're beating a lot of the really good factions. You know, I mean, taking Tomb Kings to task, Ogre Kingdoms, Khorne. That's pretty impressive, and they got a winning rate against the Beastmen too. All right, we'll swap back over. Attack speed's ready for us. You should join back in, man. And vampire counts did get some buffs. That's probably why they're a little better. Wasn't anything crazy, but Black Coaches got a pretty significant change that's made them like borderline viable in some of the demon matchups, I think. Because they just absolutely shred demon infantry with their magical attacks on a good chariot model that's got a lot of mass. It's really fast. If you can get the charge on the abilities for the Black Coach, it's a pretty terrifying unit. It's kind of hard to kill also. It's got a pretty decent HP pool for a FC Chariot. We're going with pretty meta Khorne here. At least against Wood Elves, in my opinion. We're going to need to keep the Wrathmongers safe, because they're going to be a big target for missile fire, obviously. 11 units. We could see like a big Waywatcher core, which would be pretty threatening. But I think we'd be able to deal with that. Just need to keep an eye out for sneaky stuff going on. We can deploy... See, I know I can deploy farther forward with my hounds and stuff. I'm a little hesitant to do so. Just because of the skirmish that the Wood Elves have. They can wreck these hounds, like, easy peasy. In no time flat. And I can't hide them in any of these trees. Unfortunately. The trees will block missiles, but they, I can't actually hide the hounds. Might as well keep them together. Alright, good luck, have fun, attack speed. We're just gonna go Unga Bunga in the middle. Wild Riders and Dryads, I don't really want to tussle with that right now. Spellweaver of Beasts, which is cool. And more Dryads coming out. War Dancers, there's triple Waywatcher back here. This is all the hallmarks of a triple Waywatcher build. What do I bring to counter that? Do I go after them? It can be a little risky. We got the missiles showing up now. Oh, it's Swift Shiver Shards, actually. Bring out more Flesh Hounds, and we'll just get in here. We'll dodge with Big Boy here. We need to force him back a little bit here. Let's get in here. Let's just go for the middle. We're gonna go all out for this, I think. Force them off, maybe. Wild Riders are gonna take the fight here. They'll do some good damage. If we can just keep pushing back here, though. I'm liking the odds. What's he popping here? Oh, Wissen's wild form. That's cool.
You have the foe's
Get back through
victory
here.
point.
We lost a Flesh Hound. That's pretty brutal. Pretty good for attack speed. And he's just kiting back. Okay. Hold here. Move these guys across. Is he gonna take this back? It looks like he's gonna be able to. Got our Chaos Warriors pushing up. We'll get old boy up here to try and help out. Yeah, our poor little houndos. Bring out a throwing axe, actually. He's retreating. He's just trying to kite me out and not take as much damage as possible, which is a pretty good strategy. Denying me a lot of value by kiting around like this. We need to just get through the War Dancers. We'll use our Lord here to try and accomplish this goal. More Flesh Hounds, probably a good idea. Kind of blundered in here a little bit. I'm getting punished pretty badly right now, but maybe we'll be okay. Need these Wrathmongers to actually be doing something here. More Wildwood Rangers coming out. Let's keep going. We're doing alright, actually. We're trading fairly okay right now. Let's get back here with the Forsaken. We'll collapse in here. Keep working on the damage. Send these Wrathmongers in against those Wildwoods. We'll get the rear charges here. What do I need to save up for? I'm actually not 100% sure. We're going to get those warriors back there. I think Forsaken, actually. Forsaken are just a frustrating unit to deal with, honestly. He's getting some good focus fire going. These guys actually need to stay in combat. I don't know why they're over pursuing right now. It's a big down trade for me. We're killing one of the Deepwood Scouts, which is nice. We've killed a lot of the front line. We're kind of winning here against these Dryads. We can probably charge those guys down and finish them here.
Mutilate them.
Let's get back in there. Very messy fight right now. Taking a bunch of damage. Kind of winning here with the skirms. Get back in here, chase all this stuff down. Wrathmongers are going to do their very best to try and carry this game for us here. Hounds of the Blood Hunt, maybe a good idea. Probably, honestly, just infantry would be good here. What is this here? Dryads. We'll summon a Bloodletter behind them. And we'll get the Hounds of the Blood Hunt forward now. Forsaken are chewing on the Spellweaver a little bit, which is funny. We'll need to make sure that we don't get capped back there. We'll pop Relentless Rage here, and we're going to try and kill Wild Hunters of Kurnus for real. Which I think we might actually be able to do. We broke the Dryads here in the middle. These Bloodletters, they got a little bit of value. They did okay. Keep rolling through here. Keep pushing back. Keeping the Wood Elves on the back foot is going to be pretty key here. These guys are going to dissipate out before I can get any more value from them. Chaos Warrior. Yeah, Chaos Warrior, not a bad idea. Look at the Forsaken back here, dude. They might kill the Spellweaver, which would be pretty hilarious. Nah, how the hell they're doing so well there? And fighting Wild Hunters still with my Wrathmongers, and we'll just get Skull Taker away now. I'm gonna take this position, post up, and get ready for a push. Warriors coming up. Get away from here. Get away from here. He's done a very good job of killing the Bloodweight Berserkers, but they got 1,300 value still, which is pretty nice.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Wild Riders with shields coming out. Just gonna be pretty rough for my units to have to deal with. Maybe some Blood Beasts to come out will be okay. Pop this here. Collapse in here. We should be able to win this fight still. A Blood Beast to answer these guys. We'll actually use the Horsemen to get across the front here. These Forsaken, dude. They actually beat the Spellweaver, which is insane. Absolutely ridiculous. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnus lost that fight. We'll use the Horsemen to get the Swift Shiver Shards, actually. And Skull Taker is just being an absolute monster. He's such an asshole. Such a ridiculous unit to try and deal with. We'll take that point. We got infantry here to hold this objective. We're going to run these guys down. We'll actually divert. If you see your opponent do something like this where they try to rear charge you while they're going after something, just turn your forces around. Just take the damage on the nose. Even if you lose the unit, you can still do a appreciable amount of work against them, probably. Blood Beasts are taking that objective there. Saving up for what? Another Blood Beast, probably. Because the missiles are all gone at this point. The Blood Beasts are very weak to missiles, obviously. They should be okay against everything else, though. He has no answer for Skull Taker now. Wild Hunters of Kurnus dying was like his last best chance against him. And without them, I don't know what he does. Skull Taker's just going to eat all the infantry that my opponent's going to be throwing out here. Blood Beasts can rally to the middle here. Pull these guys back a little bit.
Bloodfather, guide me.
Wild Riders are way back here. Chaos Warriors are in here fighting. Let's actually get away here. And we'll bring the, nah, we can't. We're not gonna, escape in time. That's okay, though. We're stopping stuff up in the middle. We're being very disruptive. We need to get up and fight on the objectives now. And we'll get a Flesh Hound. Because a Flesh Hound's gonna be able to support against these Wild Rangers pretty nicely. And the Blood Beast will be able to do some good damage also. He's got another Wildwood Ranger. I just saw it in the shadows there. Let's try and win this fight. We're going to get a rear charge here. That's going to really screw my opponent up. More Deepwood Scouts. We'll dodge a little bit here. We'll try and get these Blood Beasts out of this position. They're occupying attention and keeping my opponent off the point for now, which is the most important thing they can be doing. Charge in there. These Blood Beasts are taking a little bit of work. It's okay, though. We're going to get Furies over the top and try and go after all this stuff over there. Dryads losing, and the rear charge here from the Flesh Hounds finished off the Wildwood Rangers. Big win here. Get over there. Hang on to this. Charge in here. Just push them back, and now we'll redirect. We're going to get over here. And you know what? A Hound right now, honestly, pretty good choice. Because he's having problems with the tickets right now. It's really hurting his bottom line here. Chaos Warriors can push, and we'll turn around and go after these guys now. We'll send Skull Taker over, we'll go over here, we're going to just chase all of these missile units down now. Let's go. Come on, boys. go. Easy. Feasting on their souls right now. Okay. Infantry, we can just get up a couple Marauders, actually. They can catch arrows, they can buffer for the mobility that I've got on the field. God, Skull Taker, dude, with the buffs, look at the Flesh Hounds. They're just feasting.
Unending glory is yours.
You know, very professional, replay name there. And yeah, Skull Taker with 218 kills, dude. Love to see it. Swift Shivers were the big DPS for my opponent. And a lot of his stuff traded pretty well, but not having anything to kill Skull Taker was pretty brutal. And look at the Forsaken, 1,000 value on each of them. One of them didn't do very well, except when the Spellweaver went after him. And then they up-traded spectacularly into her. She is not very good against armor, in a word. Blood Beasts didn't get a lot of value. They didn't really need to do a whole lot, though. The Wild Hunters just got flattened with one good engagement. Just the risk with those guys. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna go, Did it really not give Dark Age the point? That's so frustrating. So we, swapped a score around for Dark Age's game, where they, won, but their opponent misreported it. It didn't give them the actual point. Skull Taker... Against Skull Taker, you gotta commit a lot to killing him. Like, multiple SEs usually do pretty good against him. Renegade Moose brought Double Dragon and Nets as the High Elves and breath attacked Skull Taker into the Shadow Realm one time, but he did end up losing that game still. I don't know what you do against Skull Taker sometimes. He is incredibly tanky. He's basically unbreakable with the extra leadership from the Totem and Revel and Slaughter. He's got 6,900 HP. He's got Gore Feast, so he's healing the whole time. He's actually got a lot of weapon strength. So, diving him with a single entity might seem like a good idea, but it can be a little bit of a trap sometimes. Because the animations on the Blood Throne are insane. I mean, they send him all across the battlefield sometimes, basically. And he can avoid a lot of damage that way. So missiles aren't a bad answer to him, but the issue is, Khorne's, like, options for hard pressing your opponent. You can play in your opponent's deployment zone with Khorne. You really actually don't need to be that cautious with them. If your opponent is forced to engage you in melee, you're going to trade at least evenly. And if you can actually, like, crack through somewhere in your opponent's formation and get on top of their DPS, or isolate it and kill it with your mobility, it's Money City. You can do so many crazy things with Khorne right now. I think I had some Skull Reapers in reserve that last game that I didn't bring out. Either that or I cut them for something else. I do kind of like these guys against Wood Elves. They're actually pretty good against the Cavalry. Like, Wild Riders and stuff actually struggle against these guys because they've got really good stats. Their armor is decent enough that they can survive initial shock. And they have crazy weapon strength. So these guys are actually pretty good against Wood Elves also. But I brought the Bloodwake Berserkers just because I figured my opponent would have to focus these with the missiles. They're also a crazy unit. I figured having a little bit of a threat overload with Skull Taker there also was gonna force him to pick and choose what he was gonna be able to kill. Which ended up being the case. He got rid of the Bloodwake Berserkers, but then just didn't have the presence necessary to finish Skull Taker and close out the game. Alright, let me double check the tournament right now, guys. I want to make sure that everybody's got the points that they're supposed to have. Now I gotta report our score, which I've already forgotten to do. The hell are the Wood Elves? Oh yeah, there they are. Alright, so Via, Oishi, Rusto, and I have the have 2 wins right now. Incoming third round loss. I can't tell you how many times it's happened to me. Berserk is still playing, I think. Oh no, Berserk's already won. Oh, Elvio, you beat Berserk. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats. Well done. Holy shit. That's a big win. Elvio and Falling Star are playing right now, and Hoot and Martin are still in-game. And where's Dark Age? Where are they? They're here. They've got the win here. Sterngard has a point from that still, I think. Yeah. Alright, sorry, Sterngard. I'm gonna have to downgrade your win total here. Okay. We got a couple more minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna just, I don't know, talk about some of the changes, I guess, that I've really enjoyed from this last update. I mean, Blood Reapers getting the items that they've gotten was probably the biggest change that I've enjoyed. These guys were terrible. I mean, you literally could not use them. They were dreadful. But they're actually great. Now. You can do some pretty crazy stuff with them. Bloody Shackle's a great ability. Eternal Blade is also a ridiculous item. These 2 items, probably the strongest campaign items, across all factions even, maybe. I mean, this is a 48% heal, and this gives you 40 melee attack and 50% weapon strength for 21 seconds, which is a decent chunk of time. Really helps with their killing power. I have seen these guys on foot. If you bring them with Skull Taker, do this. You can kill Kugath with this hero squad. You just run in on Kugath and beat the hell out of them. Blood Reapers pop Eternal Blade. They do a bunch of damage. You're doing fire damage to Kugath the whole time. And any, like, hero squad that can kill Kugath without any additional help is automatically a decent one. And I showed you what they can do against the Dark Elves. They're just a small target, so they can be really obnoxious to try and kill. Especially against factions that don't have great anti-infantry options. Dark Elves are one that can deal with these guys. But if your opponent commits a Witch Elf or a Black Ark Crusader to try and chip these guys down, they're leaving their infantry forces thin elsewhere, and you can either pounce and punish the dive attempt, or you can leave these guys to grind for a bit, pop Bloody Shackle, let them heal up, and in the time that they're healing and holding infantry in place that could be elsewhere, like defending, you can just jump all over the Dark Elf mobility. So, they've got some interesting applications now. That's probably the biggest change with the patch that I've enjoyed. I've played around with Scylla a little bit, who's actually pretty good. I was a little surprised playing around with this guy. He hits pretty damn hard, and being unbreakable is awesome. Rampage is great. It's pretty much the exact same duration as Scarbrand's Rampage. This one is, what? Yeah, 15 seconds. They're both 15-second rampages, but this one also does a bunch of damage to whatever you pop it on. If it's infantry or cavalry, it's pretty devastating, actually. And then you can, like, pull them back through combat, or just keep those units in that position and then jump on top of them and punish. Spirit Leech is not a good counter against Skull Taker. You have to commit really hard to sniping him. Honestly, sniping him is a waste of time. You want to try and avoid the places that he's at. And you want to try and, like, counter Kite Corn more often than not with Skull Taker on the field. Now, there are factions that can kill him, but it is what it is. It's a lot harder than, I think a lot of factions are comfortable with. But it's nice for Khorne to have something other than Valkia that you can rely on. Because you can play a little mind game where it's like, are they gonna bring Valkia, or are they gonna bring Skull Taker, or are they gonna bring Arbol? Because Arbol's honestly okay. He's probably a little riskier than the other two. Because he doesn't have a item or heals or anything that makes him difficult to snipe out. Arbol is the most goonable of all of the Khorne Lords, in my opinion, just because he's got low melee defense. He hits hard. He's got some good items and abilities, but he's very execution dependent. Okay, we're done? Cool. I'll advance it now. Thank you for letting me know. Alright, we're going up against Via here. Who's on... We can check real quick. What are they on? Oh, Tzeentch. Oh, man. Okay. Tzeentch is going to be a little rough, I think. Especially without the Hellforged Bellowers on the table. Just because Hellforged is really good against the Changebringers and stuff, and without the shooting from that, it can be really annoying to have to try and counteract the Changebringers. Just a crazy unit. Okay. And we're on the Changer's Madhouse, so, little bit of home field advantage, I guess you can say. Where is... Oh, yeah, because it's got the in front of it. It's in the T's. Alright. Got a rematch. Alright, we got a rematch, so I'm gonna switch stuff around. Okay. Let's go see who can swap around where it's not gonna totally throw off the bracket. Okay, how many points does... Okay, Chim has 1 point right now, so... It's Chim and Oishi. Jeez, that's rough. Tom has how many points? No points. What the hell is going on with bracket right now? This is bizarre. Alright. We're gonna force Oishi and Berserk to go up against one another. Because they're pretty even on the skill floor. And then Tom and Chim can play. There we go. Okay. Alright, BRB in 1 second, guys. I'm doing last little bit of adminning here. And then we'll be back for our actual matchup. Alright, I'm back. And we should be set. Hopefully everybody is paying attention. Has their matchups all sorted out. So, against Zinch... Jeez, dude. Okay, maybe not. Let me flip away for a minute. Let me pull up y'all's reading materials. What the hell is going on with my freaking setup here? Alright, get your monocles out so you can read that. If you want. Until then, I'm going to be picking army. Zinch's pretty tough for Khorne. Definitely has some pretty good tools against him. I'm a little worried about how this matchup's going to go here. No idea what else I need here. It's a build. Alright, sure. I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. It's a matchup I'm not very confident in. What the hell? Why is this always happening? Whatever. I'll flip y'all back over. Y'all can just see my build. Via wants to snipe me, so be it. I don't know what OBS thinks it's doing. It's having a conniption right now, trying to read the Windows setup I have. Alright, Valkia against the Changebringers, pretty hard to snipe. Demon Shield, Sleipnir, pretty good against Tzeentch. Berserkers, they're going to get in there. They're going to mix it up. They're very strong in just about every matchup, but especially against demon factions. So they're just kind of hard to get, they're hard to get their arms around. I am a little worried about what the Changebringers can do to him, but we just got a bunch of Khorngors, some Skull Reapers, Horsemen. They're going to try and get in there and skirmish. With Furies to support the air fight. The goal is to use the Air Core to screen more than anything. I doubt that Via's going to slip up and let me actually get these guys on top of anything important. It could happen. We could get run over by Centaur swarms. That's always a risk. Maybe I don't need Skull Reapers and I just need another Blood Beast. The worry with Blood Beasts is that they are strong, but they can struggle against missiles. Skull Reapers having the 60 armor, they've got okay mass at 200. Like they're pretty chunky little guys, you know. I mean, twice as thick as a Marauder. You know, a little bit of a leg up on the Khorngors. Bloodwake Berserkers are just like chunguses waddling around on the ground. I mean, they've been just consuming those massive bottles of whey protein that you see in the wholesale sections. Like, they've got to be on so many steroids that their genitals have probably been swallowed by their thighs at this point. Yeah, 10,000 HP on them is pretty insane. For a unit that has 32 models, 10,000 HP, it's pretty insane, honestly. It takes forever to kill these guys. Alright. Sick nasty. We're kicking it off here.
Incidental.
We'll keep the skull cannon back here. Skull cannon's a nice unit. I don't bring double skull cannon as much as I used to. For a while there, it was like damn near my entire playstyle, but I don't find Khorne to be nearly as reliant on them as they used to be. We'll keep the Furies over the top of these guys, just in case.
Ex-fathers were orders! Blood for the blood god! All is war!
Valkia the Bloody!
Like, the Vanguards are super aggressive on this map. There's 10 units in this army, 10 to 11. They're going to be pretty equivalent forces here, probably, in terms of composition. It's the reserves that I'm worried about.
Shield Maiden! Valkia the Bloody!
Minos are here to chase after any Chaos Knights that come out. Khorne Gorers are going to come out in the later stages. Hopefully be useful. There are times that these come out and they're just god-awful and they get nothing done, though. We'll see about it. Skull Cannon's really good at opening engagements by taking out the shields on Tzeentch units, and then you can get your infantry in and immediately start doing damage. Sleipnir kind of functions a similar way, although depending on what unit you're trying to hit with Sleipnir, you can use it to poke the shield down, or you can use it after the shields are off, and then you can do tons of damage to the unit. This is an army that's going to be bringing out the Changebringers. We've got Gaze of Fate here. Get a little damage here. Since the Changebringers are definitely going to be coming out here, we'll see what we're going to be doing here.
Spreading ruin! March and scourge! Glorious devastation! Follow the blood!
Sleipnir thirsts!
I think maybe we commit to the ground fight. See what we can do. I didn't cap this objective because I'm a fool.
Taking action!
Already getting a little too antsy. Furies sort of dodged it. The worst of it, at least. So he's just gonna try and kill the Furies, so the Changebringers can just completely obliterate my army here. We'll get a shot here. Should do some pretty good damage. Actually did. It's awesome.
Searching for battle! We still slaughter!
We have a victory point.
We're gonna get the charge off here. Miscast on the Harmonic Convergence.
All is war!
We're gonna creep up around the flank, pull these guys out. We'll get the Marauders forward. We're punishing this Zangor pretty hard right now. More skirms, Skull Reapers getting up. Chase here. Let's go. Let's ratchet up the intensity here.
You have the foe's victory.
Need to stay away from the Garbo here. Good use out of that. Did some really good damage. Let's try and avoid the Knight's Immolation as much as possible. Kind of getting caught here.
Searching for battle! Glorious brutality! Rivers of blood!
It's a pretty damn good use out of that, whatchamacallit.
For Valkia! Marauders on the move!
Pendulum. That's what it is. Let's get back here. Let's do these guys in. Let's break this infantry position with a good Sloupnir. Let's get up top here. Valkia is getting netted. There we go. Saber. Thank goodness. Let's fire here. We'll get a Fury out. We're breaking the infantry pretty badly here. Changebringers going after the Skull Reapers. We're going to avoid as much of that damage as possible. We need to try and just ice the Tzeentchian army here. That is kind of my goal right now.
Give us carnage!
Come on, Valkia, please get out of these Furies, girl. Oh my god, she is so helpless against them sometimes.
Bring the Bloodstorm!
We're gonna pop this here. Get these guys back. Furies are attacking me. We'll just take that fight. Fuck it.
With fury and hatred!
We're killing the Knights of Immolation. We got the Skull Cannon doing whatever it's doing. Can we hit this in the sky here? What's this gonna do? It actually killed a bunch of models there. Alright, let's all get out of here, guys. We do not want to take this smoke, okay?
With fury and hatred! Court's greatest warrior!
We actually dodged that, which is amazing.
Sent by the Valkyrie!
Let's just keep running down his army. We'll get a rear charge here.
Court's greatest warrior! In destruction's name! Marauders of Khorne!
One of your units has...
Changebringers roasting me a little bit. More Furies. Furies just need to keep going after the Changebringers. Valkia's kind of losing in the sky here, but whatever. I can't do a ton about it, I guess.
The gods will it! Sent
Oof,
by
owie.
chaos!
Changebringers, dude.
Searching for battle!
We are winning the ground combat, though. Pretty damn hard, too. Can we land? Land on the ground here, please. Please, girl. I need you to land. And we got double Fury coming in.
Father's warriors!
We actually got a hit with the Skull Cannon against the Changebringers there.
To safety!
Running behind them. I think we've killed the Changebringers there.
Marauders of Khorne!
I think we got this game in the bag now, actually. Killing the Changebringers, that's pretty much it. His Centaurs of Tzeentch are incoming. Keep these guys in the fight as long as possible.
Your blood calls us. Move! Marauders of Khorne!
Gorgors coming out, doing their thing.
Marauders on the move!
Valkia is gonna get back up in the sky. Maybe go after Kairos a little. Oh, baby. Oh.
I knew it.
Ooh.
Unending glory
Wow.
is yours.
Okay. Wow. Jesus Christ. Look at the Bloodwake Berserkers. 1600 value, man. Skirmishers did okay. Furies did alright. Bloodbeast didn't fight that long. Got a good Sloupnir out of Valkia, which was pretty key. And his infantry just got absolutely obliterated. They died so freaking quick. That was brutal. And look at the Skull Reapers. They got almost paid for themselves too, man. Hell yeah. And yeah, this Fury was the one that got on the Changebringers, I think, with 1190 value. The Horsemen didn't do a lot. They broke a couple positions with rear charges. That was about it. And I got a little bit of poke on the Knights of Immolation. But look at the Changebringers. They still got 1800 value. And they barely fired more than like a couple volley. Yeah, that army ability came in at the perfect time. He got really unlucky with his infantry breaking, because that just meant that all of my stuff was able to unblob immediately. Because I had a lot of stuff committed in there. And they were able to split very cleanly and get away from it. Okay. Oishi and Berserk playing, Elvio and Rusto playing, Adam and Martin, Chim and Tom, and Falling Star and Son of Heaven are our remaining games. And here we go. Is this gonna work now? Oh my god, what the hell? Here we go. This is what the bracket's looking like currently. And these are our leaderboard leaders right now. Attack speed is catching back up, got a couple wins. And where's our round 1 opponent? Hoot is struggling a little bit. That's really unfortunate. For us and him. Who is Sterngard playing? Chaos Dowie? Very well played. Via. Oh, just plain old Dowie. Oh, hell yeah. We do have a Chorf player, though. Alright, we'll see who we're up against in round 4. We're doing great. On a really good run right now. I'll take it and run with it. So I got a question for everybody. I made a tier list video for all the DLC stuff not too long ago. And it was pretty fun to do. I was curious if people wanted to see like a full Khorne roster tier list for Dom mode. Like all the lords, all the heroes, all the infantry, all the cavalry, all the monsters and beasts. Missiles, lol. The one missile unit. And then artillery and war machines. And I wanted to know if people wanted it all in just one big video, or if people would be interested in having it broken down by sections. Like lords and heroes being one video, infantry being a video, cavalry and the missile cav and artillery and stuff being another, and then monsters and beasts being its own separate video. Because it's been something that I've been taking a lot of notes on it in between like streaming and just putting out casts. And I was just really curious if people had any ideas of how they would like to see it split up or, you know, accumulated all in one spot. I'm gonna test something out here. Something I've been meaning to check on. We'll turn that on also. I want to see what the Banner of Hellfire is able to do against infantry. Because it's one of the new items that was given to the Herald, as well as the Tormentor Sword. Tormentor Sword's a really good item, but I've seen people bringing the Hellfire Banner, and I haven't actually done any testing with it up to this point. I just want to see what kind of damage it does, because something tells me, based on its stats, what it says it does, I can't see it being very good. Breaking it down would be better. Long form. I mean, my just going over the DLC units, I'm very meticulous about covering the units themselves and talking about them. Just the DLC tier list was 58 minutes long. A full roster breakdown would probably be approaching a 4-hour video. I really do believe that. Like, just doing all the writing that I've been doing to, like, set my thoughts up on the whole deal has been an arduous process on its own. I just have pages and pages of information. Alright. So the Herald's, like, a decent unit. I don't hate him. He is a cheaper alternative to Skull Taker. Alright, let's see what this does. Alright, just twirl around for a minute here. Maybe against, like, multiple infantry units is good. Does, like, nothing. Okay. Yeah, not a very good item. That's what I was pretty much expecting. Probably better against cavalry. Maybe monstrous infantry it can do a little better against. Just don't know what's going on with this. Seems really weak. Now, the other item that the other ability I'm really disappointed by, Murderous Exhortations is kinda dog. It's not good. I have not gotten any good uses out of this thing ever. I've used it against just about every imaginable target and just does not seem to do much. It gets the most value against cavalry, but even there, it's not very punishing. Especially for how much combat prowess you're giving up on the Blood Speaker. This is probably the weakest of the DLC lords. Not terrible, but... And it's not terrible, still viable. But mostly you bring this guy to, like, buff up some elites or something. Like, Wild Abandon, really good on Skull Crushers. I've gotten some insane value out of Skull Crushers using the Blood Speaker, because Wild Abandon buffs these guys' melee attack up to where they just obliterate anything they come into contact with. Also, not losing any entities on them is great, and then you can pop a Pilgrimage of Skulls as these guys get really low. Keep them in combat, and then you can layer a Relentless Rage over the top once the Pilgrimage wears off. And you can get, like, you know, a full, like, minute of combat out of these guys before they die, even when they're at really low health. That's one of the few areas where I've seen the Blood Speaker, like, actually support the army really well. Everything else, little iffy, in my opinion. Okay. Swiss is advancing. Who are we playing? We're playing Rust. And Rust is on somebody. Who is Rust supposed to be playing? Oh, whoa, okay, Warriors of Chaos. So we got 2 Warriors of Chaos players. Which is really interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people, maining them. And what's the last map here? Jade Tomb. It's not a great map for Khorne, but against warriors, probably not bad. I'm a split pusher. I love split push maps, but I do like to keep it even on what I'm putting in my tournaments. Against Wok, who do I want to bring? Do we dare? I don't know. Wok has answers to Skull Taker. They can actually kill him. So it can be a little risky. Valkia is a little bit safer, but she can also suffer. I'm not 100% sure who I'm going to be bringing, Lord-wise. I'm going to swap away for a bit, and I'll figure it out. Alright, I'm ready. Did they not add marks to Blood Beasts? So bizarre. Like, they added marks to Bile Trolls, but not for Blood Beasts. Hello? You would figure that they would do that eventually. Okay. We'll see if we can get the sweep in semis, or not in semis, but in bracket here. And set ourselves up for some semis games. I think I'm getting in no matter what, but we're going to have to find out here. It'd be real nice to go undefeated. Yeah, we got good tiebreakers, so we should be okay no matter what.
Blood Speaker! Wolf Father's warriors! God's greatest warriors!
Northern barbarians! Chaos warriors of
See what we can do here.
Marauders of Corn!
Gold!
Thank you, brother.
Blood Speaker!
Let's see what we can do. Maybe we take... You know what? We'll take an aggressive vanguard. We've got so many horsemen. We might be able to trade even there.
Father's marauders!
Alright, and we got some Skull Crushers here. I really enjoy them. I want to see if I can make them work. We did bring the Blood Speaker. Not the best Lord option, but against Wok, maybe a good idea, just because you can go cheap in the Lord department. Bring a higher quality front line. And a lot of skirmishers to deal with any big stuff. Can work out. Dang. Rosto's had some really close games, is what he's saying, so I'd really love to see those replays. We've definitely had a couple of close ones ourselves. We just got really lucky going into Via's army with our engagements, I think. That one ended up not being as competitive as some of the others.
Marauders of Corn!
Exalt chaos!
Let's get up here. Let's try and smack these horsemen in the face. He's just gonna pull back. He's got a ton of horsemen. Not super surprising. There's a Hell Cannon, the Soul of Damnation, which is fine. We'll just avoid the worst of that. And the Ever Chicken is on the field. We'll pull back. We don't need to take a shit ton of damage on our skirmishers in the opening here. Let's get away from that.
Blasted for slaughter. Skull crushers.
Let's advance, and advance, and advance, and just keep going forward.
Yes! Faster!
Woeful tidings! The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
He's shooting the infantry. He's gonna be trading with the Soul of Damnation for a long time here, which is fine. He can do that all he wants, I guess. This is going to be a rough game. He's got a lot of skirms. He's got some artillery that's doing a bunch of damage to me, which is pretty unfortunate. We don't have Valkia to do damage to the Lord either. We'll chill here. Taking the damage on the nose isn't the best idea, but it could be a lot worse. That was a really good shot. I blobbed up for that one for sure.
You have the foe's
What do I bring out? I think I save up for a Minotaur. He's gonna win the frontline engagement, very possibly.
Carnage steals us. War. For the Dark God. Faster.
We'll hold on. We'll keep saving up. I actually think Forsaken are going to be good here. Let's get away. Really good use of Plague of Rust there.
Brothers in bloodletting!
We're going to save. Our horsemen have not really been able to get in anywhere, but I think we'll be okay. We're gonna get up through here. Yeah, his skirm play is just so strong. I don't have great answers for it right now. Let's kill this exalted hero, though, maybe. He's so stuck right now. Here come the Hellstriders. We're gonna get away from them. Let's get away. Run, guys. What do we bring up now? We'll get a Blood Beast out. He has definitely done a lot of damage to me. We are winning some of these fights, though. Really need my Minotaurs, some of these guys, to really do some damage here. Don't have exhortations, which is unfortunate.
Marauders of Khorne, with fury and hatred.
We're doing some pretty good damage here, actually. I think we might be swinging this game back a little bit here. Let's get the whatchamacallits in there. Forsaken into the Hellstriders. Spread these guys out. I don't want them to get too horribly punished here. Let's crush these guys. Let's get our Blood Speaker out of here. It's punishing the skirmishers still. These guys got caught. They rallied, but they didn't actually escape, so that sucks. Let's get back on the point there. Good damage, good damage. I think we're gonna be okay, though. Soul of Damnation is going to run out of ammo eventually, and that's a lot of gold tied up in something that's not doing anything. Forsaken are actually just cleaning house right now. They're doing great.
Marauders of Khorne!
Just charge in there.
Servants and masters of wrath! Fury follows my cause! We walk the path! We must ruin!
Summon. Non-summon you. Non-summon you. What do I need here? I think a Mino is actually a pretty good idea. Crushing a lot of stuff here, which is awesome. Let's get back.
Desolation will grow!
Actually, we take this fight. Mino's gonna move up. Khorngors and these Forsaken are gonna go after him.
Blood Speaker! Scour the battlefield!
Let's get away.
Marauders of Khorne!
Scream Cross. We'll try and catch up as much of his stuff as possible in here. He's bringing out another Exalted Hero.
Of slaughter!
Now, we're in a little danger here, for sure. Our infantry have been getting hammered, which is rough.
Manifest!
Forsaken died, but they got their value back. These guys, not so much.
Blood Speaker!
You know what? Another Marauder. Not gonna be bad here. And these guys got terrified? Are you kidding me? What the hell?
Tankers of scouts!
Can these guys seriously not escape here? What's going on with them? Transmutational Lead shouldn't be locking them in place, though. I don't know why they can't win that fight. That's okay, though. We'll pop Exhortation, or Wild Abandon, just to buff those guys up and get some extra damage in there. Furies are going to do well against Hellstriders.
Blood and death!
See what we can do here. These Minotaurs I fumbled. I shouldn't have sent them in like I did. They're definitely going to die here. Rusto's definitely going to win this game, I think. He's going to pass me in values shortly here. Don't know if I'm going to be able to keep this up much longer. I don't have my Unbreakable right now, which is pretty painful for the Minos. Maybe we can kill the Lord and the Hero, though. Hero's pretty stuck, which is awesome. He's got more skirmishers coming out. We're gonna pop this here, keep all of this stuff as unbreakable as possible for as long as possible. Let's see what we can do here. This is a big fight here. I mean, whoever wins this is gonna win the game, I think.
Blood Speaker! Sweep them away!
This is just chaos here in the middle.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Act for this, Marauders! God's greatest warriors! Blood Speaker!
We just got a disgusting blob of garbage here. We retook this position. What do I bring out? Another Flesh Hound. Flesh Hounds aren't bad here.
Draw on chaos and unleash it.
Okay, Flesh Hounds are being annoying. We're gonna disengage here for a minute. We're gonna go back in over here. Maybe we're gonna catch these skirms here.
Has been destroyed.
Takers of skulls!
See if all this stuff can hang in for a little bit longer.
Father's marauders!
Bloodspeaker.
Oof. Bloodspeaker probably gonna die here now. It's rough. Let's see if we can get him away. I don't know how the hell we haven't already lost the game.
We want their eyes!
Corn's strong right now, for sure.
Murder.
Wolffather's warriors!
So the problem is dealing with Hellstriders. Hellstriders are so cost effective for the Warriors of Chaos because they just don't break. And they're ever so strong the second or third time that they've come out on the field.
Drag us to the swords!
See if we can surround Big Boy here. Let's get this guy running.
You follow.
Faster! Moving! Faster! Tremble, mortals!
Yeah, my skirmisher's losing a lot of momentum here. Did they get caught? Kind of.
Do not deviate.
This is the end of my infantry here. These guys dying.
Bloodspeaker.
See, Bloodspeaker and not being able to kill Sartorial is pretty rough.
We must find the path.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Let's get a
Take
Forsaken
it
him.
back.
He triple capped me. I think I'm done here, but I'm not gonna give up
Blood.
just cause. Come on, actually use this, please. Oh my goodness. Well, that's rough, but they'll stick in here for a little bit longer, even though they're crumbling out.
Bloodspeaker.
We'll just run the clock out here. Screw it.
Through this murder.
Give us ruin!
Student
This guy
of
kills
slaughter.
Sartorial somehow. That would be an epic comeback for the Bloodspeaker.
For ruin!
We killed the Exalted Hero with the Corn Doors. These guys got charged down and they're gonna break and die.
Full destruction.
Just go for it. Come on, Bloodspeaker. No! He's not gonna win. He's gonna lose to that Exalted Hero. That's kind of unfortunate.
Ex-father's marauders!
Bloodspeaker didn't do terrible. Definitely helped me out a lot with a lot of these fights, but I feel like Skulltaker would have been a little nicer, maybe. I don't know.
Blood for the blood god!
Walker really strong. I've thought this for a while. I just felt like a lot of people weren't giving him any credit, weren't experimenting with him a whole lot. His Forsaken are doing a bunch of work against my Corn Doors.
Yes! No fear! No regret!
And he's just swarming with the skirmishers. That's been his big breadwinner, is the horseman, for sure.
Let there be chaos!
I haven't really been able to lock those guys down either cleanly. Soul of Damnation also got a lot of damage on me. Look at the Furies, dude, just getting obliterated by the missile fire.
Warriors! Blood
Brutal.
and death!
GG's. Alright. Skull Crushers didn't get a lot of value. He just kited them out really well. He did what you should do, which is not engage them in melee combat as much as possible. Hellstriders did alright. Forsaken did pretty well. The Exalted Heroes and the Chariots were pretty solid. Soul of Damnation, I mean, look at that. 2,800 value, man. It's crazy. Probably needed to do the, yeah, the Horseman Corps was pretty hard to deal with. I think what I needed from the, from my units, and I think what I really should have done was go for, Snipe on the Soul of Damnation, because, breath attacks are really strong against it. They can actually kill it. Valkia also would have been a pretty good option, I think. Alright, so we did lose. I hope I end up in the top 4. Yeah, we got 9 points. Depends on how some of these other games play out. Attack speed lost, so no threat there. Sternguard won their game. Also no worries there, I think. So they lost their first 2. Yeah. Dark Age 1. We'll see. Okay. We've got Chim and Via playing right now. Both of whom can get into top 4. Via would jump over Dark Age Rush if Via wins. Oishi and Martin. Okay. Here's your points leaders right now. This is what the Swiss points are looking like. Rust has not reported the score, I guess. Oh no, this is on an old tab. I forget. Total Tavern can be a little funny sometimes. It's great to have this resource. Definitely some things that don't function as smoothly as they could. And who dropped here at the end? Hoot, maybe? No, Hoot is down here. Okay. Maybe Son of Heaven. Oh, but no. Okay, so somebody dropped. I don't know if that's messing with the points or not. No, I think it was Berserk. Wait, really? What the hell? Why are the points so fucked up now? It's crazy. Berserk actually dropped a couple of games and is not going to be on the top 4, which is kind of surprising. Adam played through. We've got attack speed here. Tom is still here. So is Falling Star. Martin Played through to the end. Same with Elvio. I'm confused. I'm just trying to figure this out. It's not that important, I guess. But when people drop, it can mess with the points sometimes. Like, this will go down as a buy and a win, and then people can get 2 points instead of just the 1. So I just really want to make sure that that's not what that isn't what's happening here. Lost here. And 1 here. Lost here. 1 here. So it does have 2 points. And has 3 here. So this actually does need to get adjusted. Oh, whoops. Not an accurate showing. Okay. It shouldn't have any effect on the other rounds, though. So Rustino, Ishii, both undefeated. Very nicely done. Me and Dark Age with 1 loss apiece. We're still waiting for Via's game to finish against Chimbambu. Because whoever of the 2 wins, I think, is going to end up getting into the top 4 here. No, it happens, Tom. And you probably didn't play like dog shit. Sometimes people... This game can be kind of streaky. Like, sometimes you're just all on top of it. You're making all the right plays, all the right moves. Disengaging when you should. Re-engaging in the right points on the battlefield. And just running your opponent over. And sometimes you're just not managing it. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Alright, well, we're waiting on this last game. We'll, I don't know. We'll go check out Murderous Exhortations. See if I can figure out how to get this thing to actually work. So we'll use it against Lord, we'll use it against an infantry unit, and then also a Plague Toad. See what kind of damage it does here. Yeah, so the thing with the melee defense really doesn't matter much against charge damage, because charge bonuses are almost always going to put your units over the top in terms of the melee attack they have to get through the melee defense, and then that's where armor comes in. Much, much more important stat.
Blood speaker. Oh, burn it.
It's kind of foot. Oh my god. It's gonna take him 50 years to get over here. But whatever. We'll waddle him in. I thought I had him on horseback. Alright. I like the little severed head he's carrying. He's very excited to be holding on to that. Alright. So we'll pop Murderous Exhortations. You can see it does pretty okay against monstrous infantry. Doesn't do a whole lot against actual infantry. And against SEs, you can also chip them down some. It's just very rare that you get enough stuff blobbed up to actually get a ton of damage out of this. It's only a 20-second duration. You can see it took like a fourth of the HP off the Plague Toad. That's just not a tremendous amount of value, though. You need, like, all 3 uses of Murderous Exhortations to, like, really get anything out of this. That's fair. I really do think that maybe that CA could look into, doing something about, elite units just getting flattened on the charge all the time without any counterplay. You would figure that a unit like Chosen or Bladesingers would be smart enough to, like, do damage against, or would be smart enough and, like, experienced enough to be able to do something against charging cavalry. And not having to rely on, like, a bracing mechanic in order to do so. Maybe that would help. Alright. So, I'll bring you all over. Top 4 is finally settled up. We've got Oishi, Rusto, myself, and Chimbambu in the top 4 here, so we'll advance it and get the semis and finals rolling through here. Alright, we'll finalize bracket as well. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. Where's the top 4? Here it is. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, so me and Chimbambu are going to be going up against one another in the first round of the semis, and then we'll see who we're fighting in the grands, potentially. Okay. Let's invite. We'll announce it here in the tournament chat too. Alright, we'll see who perseveres here. It's gonna be interesting. We're doing a 3x3 matrix for the top 4. So, no more falling back on Corn right now. Probably. Got 2 one-sided bans from the draft setting that we're using, and is he top or bottom bracket? I'm top of the bracket. Okay. You'll be back, Tom. You'll recover. You'll get back to feeling a little more confident. Okay. We're baiting out Slaanesh. I don't want to play Slaanesh. I don't want to play against him. It's not going to happen. We'll probably ban Ogre Kingdoms also. Just because I despise those guys. And Ogre Kingdoms. I'll take fights against Khorne. I'm pretty confident against Khorne. Nobody wants to play Slaanesh. I mean, why would you? It sucks. It's rough going up against them. Even with the limits on Seekers. Even 2 Seekers right now is almost too much, because they come in, they just obliterate and uptrade into whatever you send them against, and they go back in the pool, they replenish, and then you just bring them out again. And they just go ham and run over everything. You know what? We'll pick Slaanesh ourselves. We're gonna be mean and try and bully them here. And we'll pick Warriors of Chaos too. This is a pretty fun lineup here for factions that we'll be counterpicking each other on. Give me the goods. So we got Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Norska. We're picking the overpowered faction. Lizardmen, who I played on stream the other day and had a lot of fun with. Definitely still learning them, but I am fairly confident that I can make it happen with those guys. What was my last faction? I already forgot. Block. Okay. BRB. Jeez. We're back. We're alive. Okay. So what matchup do we not want to go with? Slaanesh Tomb King's probably not the best matchup in the world. I'll edit. Let's get back in here. Okay. Let's see what Chim is going to be banning out. Maybe you'll ban out Slaanesh. Oh, he likes all of the matchups. Confident. We like it. Lizardman Tomb Kings is probably going to be my ban. I would have actually not expected that. He does actually have pretty good matchups here across the board. Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. I do get final pick of what we actually end up playing, so I just need to limit being in really awful matchups. How are Lizards doing versus Tomb Kings right now? Just to get a sense of it. I have a feeling it's very Tomb Kings favored. A little bit favored. Norska. Pretty even against everything. I'm gonna ban out Lizardmen and Tomb Kings, and then maybe... No, we're just gonna ban out Tomb Kings entirely. No one dead. We'll just keep it simple. See what his last two bans are, and then we'll just take whatever I think is the most favorable. I'm going based off vibes here. I haven't played Chimbambu in forever, so We'll see how we can make it work. Slaanesh Norska and Lizardman Norska. So we got Lizardman Dark Elves or Wok Dark Elves. So... Dark Elves being so skewed right now. I just don't believe that they're this bad of a faction. Like, their win rate right now is in the pits, which I find hard to believe. They're pretty good. They've got some really good tools. I'm gonna take a second and give it a look-see for what I want to potentially bring. Newer players like to run Dark Elves a lot. Yeah, edgelord behavior, that makes some sense, for sure. It's a little sad, like, I don't understand how you can enjoy Warhammer and then completely miss the point of the entire setting. But, people do. People really, really love to, hone in on the aspects that they just want to be really shitty over. And that sucks. It frustrates the hell out of me. You know what? Just for fun, we're going to play Lizards. I don't think this is the better of the matchups, but this is what I want to play. We practiced them. I practiced them like a day ago, so I want to see if that can run them in tournament. And what I need to work on. Actually, kicking y'all back out. Okay. Bring this. Definitely bring those. Oh, maybe we bring them. Okay. Hold up, guys. We're gonna mix the build around a little bit. I conceived it hastily. Which of these is going to do more work for me? I think this one will, for sure. Maybe I don't need those guys. What do I do with 605? Nah, we'll fucking bring them. Okay. Oh, wait, no. I gotta swap the map around. Okay. We're ready. B tier. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they're an amazing faction. I don't think they're untouchable or anything, but they're not the worst faction in the game. I don't even know who the worst faction in Dom would be right now. Maybe Bretonia. I guess Bretonia. Bretonia is a little bit lacking. And nobody's playing them right now. That's pretty sad. Zinch is pretty mid. I don't think any faction is impossible to win with. I think Bretonia probably has the hardest time. They're probably the only one that you can argue to be in, like, D tier. If you're going from S to D. Yeah, Cathay slaps Bretonia pretty hard. I can see it. Jade Warriors with some good support seem pretty good against the Knights. I can't imagine that Bretonia is able to get into the backfield easily. Crane Gunners probably do some pretty good damage also. You can probably just do Jade Warrior crossbows, though, against Bretonia and just absolutely munch on them. Alright, Shim is gonna go do something. It's gonna be like 10 minutes before we get this game rolling, guys. But I don't mind waiting a bit. Let me just save this build. In the meantime, since he's going to be gone, we're going to check out some of the replays that people have been sending me. That way we're actually doing some... Give me a sec here and I'll set it up. There it is. Okay. Okay. Walk versus Wood Elves. Walk versus Ogre Kingdoms. Soul Damnation's pretty good against the Ogre Kingdoms. Does a lot of damage, man. Chaos Lord of Tzeentch and everything. Let's check out some action versus the between Ogre Kingdoms and Warriors of Chaos. Oh yeah, cannons makes sense too. Artillery is wildly underrated right now. Alright, so Rusto versus Elvio. Showdown on the Changer's Madhouse. Now's the time to pick up Bretonnia and practice. Low to no pressure on winning. Exactly. And then if you do win, you're the best player ever. And nobody can gainsay that. So we got Rancid and Fleshy Abundance for the Warriors of Chaos, Exalted Hero, and the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch. They're both on horseback, actually, which is, you know, a rare sight, honestly. Usually you'll see them up in the sky, but maybe against Ogre Kingdoms that can be a little risky. You don't want to push them too far into the back anyways. And we'll see where the Soul of Damnation is going to be going to shoot. Popping blood just so that it actually scoots forward a little bit quicker. And very good positioning, keeping it behind the shot blocker here. Good spot for it to sit and fire. Stonehorn takes a shot there. Doesn't take a lot of damage. About 300 HP off of it. And the Goon Squad moving up to maybe tussle over the number 2 objective here. Ogre Bulls pushing forward. We've got Marauders sitting on the objectives here. And probably going to start shooting at the Lead Belchers soon. Lead Belchers are a pretty good target for the Soul of Damnation. It'll pick off 1 to 2 models with every shot. And it does, in fact, lock onto these guys immediately. Although the shot's going after the Stonehorn still, even though he's swapped targeting. Guess it fired at just the wrong time. Pigback Rider's going to take a nasty volley here. Brutal damage. 16 models lost. And, you know, that's going to help work these guys down. They're pretty reliant on uncanny coordination for holding power. Oh, and the... yeah, I'll play the Grand Cathay Dowie replay. That's a good idea. Alright, Pigback Riders take another big shot. I don't know why the Soul of Damnation has Take Cover applying, which lowers leadership even more. Like, watch it here. Immediately adds on to the leadership problems for the Pigback Riders, which is kind of odd, honestly. It's not on the tooltip, but it's being applied like it actually has that ability anyways. Another good shot from the Soul of Damnation. Kills one of the Lead Belcher models. Marauders taking some nasty damage right now. Ogre Bulls and Pigback Riders get into them and are going to do a lot of really nasty damage. Goldfag, his Man-Eaters going in against the Exalted Hero here. Blocking him in place a little bit right now. Lead Belcher's trying to get some shots down onto their choice targets. Oh, the Stonehorn just completely flattens the Marauders in the front line here. More damage onto the Lead Belchers here. Lost 4 models now. You can see it takes out a couple models at a time if it lands really cleanly on the blobbed up Lead Belcher models. Really? I didn't know that. I don't know why it... I mean, it's usually shown on the tooltip. Alright. Rotting Riders coming out onto the field, man. Very powerful unit, and they get Change Your Die popped, so they got a little bit of resistance. They get a Fleshy Abundance, and they're taking a lot of damage, but a lot of support right now. Getting big heals hanging in here against a lot of pretty dangerous units. Pigback Riders locked in combat here with the Stonehorn and Gold's Man-Eaters, who are also getting a Troll Guts, Adaptive Tactics active. Rotting Riders still haven't lost a model yet. And they do have Blessings of the Fly Lord. which is going to be giving them 15% ward save as long as it's as long as they've got the leadership higher than broken, as well as having regen. They're just tanking through a ton of damage right now and getting some pretty good value, up to 1,400 already. The halberds are taking some pretty nasty damage from the lead belchers back here. Lead belchers finally being worn down to less than half the HP and models on them. And the soul's still racking up good value. Slowly but surely, Rotting Riders finally dropping some models, but the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is just getting hounded by the heroes right now. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle and the Exalted Hero of Tzeentch going after the Slaughtermaster and beating the absolute hell out of him, while the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, man, helping out against the Golg's Man-Eaters with some Marauders and Halberds locked in combat on those guys. They are getting absolutely rolled over right now. Big loss there for the Ogre Kingdoms, with a full rout on the Pigback Riders and the Lord being sniped out. Very nice Warriors of Chaos play. Losing a lot of their infantry, though, that are trying to push up onto the objective. I think, though, that the overwhelming victory on the flank here is definitely going to give the Warriors of Chaos a big edge here going into the mid-game. Before they standardize their tool-tipping practices. That makes sense. Fair enough, I guess. Lead Belchers are going to be in a lot of trouble here. They're getting jumped on by the Chaos Lord. Lead Belchers getting pushed off. Didn't pay for themselves yet. These ones over here are just about paying for themselves, but they don't have a lot of support now. The Mournfang Cavalry are doing their very best to try and save them, but we do have Rotting Riders on the rear of them, while Blood Beasts are also in this combat. Golg's Man-Eaters, Ogre Bulls, trying to help out, but just the sheer amount of anti-large and good combat prowess here in this fight, overwhelming the very mediocre Ogre Kingdoms units that are stuck in here. Soul of Damnation doing big damage still, just chunking away at health and whatnot. Being very frustrating to deal with, as always. Just a powerful artillery piece. Chunking through some more of the Ogre Bulls and the Pigback Riders here. Or are these regular Noblars? Regular Noblars in here. Terror Route going down from the Rotting Riders. Rotting Riders do shatter and are going to be dead and gone now, though. Not before giving a last little legacy of frustration for the Ogre Kingdoms here. Noblar Trappers getting surrounded and getting butchered right now, and a beautiful shot from the Soul of Damnation, finishing off their leadership, and they are going to be pushed back. Lead Belchers still trying to be saved here. A lot of Ogre Bulls being forced to sacrifice themselves here. Blood Beasts are rallying back a little bit, but they're very low. They're probably going to be done and gone here in a minute. The Chaos Sorcerer's gotten a lot of really strong heals off, which is amazing. The Stonehorn is running over all of the infantry here, though, and the Ogre Kingdoms actually do save the number 2 objective here. God, if they had the healing from their Lord right now, they would be in a really good position, but I'm very worried about the Ogre Kingdom's leadership. They're going to have a really hard time getting through the Severed Claw. The Soul of Damnation is still chunking away at a lot of their units. Pressuring down the Stonehorn now, which is a really good option. Very good target for the shooting there. Pigback Riders coming in. They're going to sacrifice themselves on the blades of the Severed Claw here. Doing their utmost to do some damage, but this isn't a very good opportunity for the Ogre Kingdoms. I think rotating to the number 1 is the better option here. There are a bunch of Halberds coming in. Just going to be a little frustrating to deal with. One Lead Belcher left on the table, getting a little bit of damage on those Chaos Halberds. The Ogre Kingdoms are very depleted, and they have no supplies in the bank right now. Definitely need some mass to be able to shut down the Hero Corps here. Slaughtermaster finally back out on the field. Maybe the heals from the Slaughtermaster can make a difference here. Severed Claw actually getting just obliterated by the Stonehorn right now. Big value on the Stonehorn. Very nice combatant there. And the fact that it's still out on the field and now going to be getting the benefits of having the Slaughtermaster around is going to be a big deal. But a really nice fleshy abundance going down on the Exalted Hero here. Going to be able to keep this guy alive and probably continue to occupy the attention of the Golg's Man-Eaters, who are kind of needed to go after the Halberds right now, if you want my opinion. Really need to deal with the Halberds more than any other unit on the field. Pigback Riders moving up, and big value lead for the Warriors of Chaos right now. What is this? Rancid Visitations, an upgraded Rancid Visitations with the Chaos Warrior Halberds stacked on top of the Stonehorn. Big damage right now on that Stonehorn, who's still getting shot at, about to healing cap. Does have Meat Feast, getting it all the way up to full there. Maybe has an opportunity to turn around and charge down the Halberds with the Blood Vultures there. Hanging on to the number 3, barely hanging on to the number 2. Golg's Man-Eaters just can't finish off the Exalted Hero, who is getting a lot of value, about 1,800 now. Alright, we'll be there in a section. We'll fast forward through the remainder of this game. Ogre Kingdoms getting chipped down. The Severed Claw tearing apart the Slaughtermaster again with the support of the Chaos Sorcerer. That's really unfortunate for Elvio. Losing that Lord 2 times, definitely the game-clinching plays there for Rusto, who is finally in a position to flip the last objective here, which he does kind of need to do. Not quite into triple cap range, but you've got the numbers and the units on the field to be able to achieve it. You might as well go for it. Big collapse here on the Golg's Man-Eaters, and folding up this last position of the Ogre Kingdoms here. Shooting down the Saber-Tusk Pack, good summon of the Blood Beast to buffer that out, and keeping Halberds and the Severed Claw on the middle objective with a very healthy unit on the number 1. Flipping the points, just barely. And Rotting Rider's taking a lot of damage, but they do get onto Ogre Bulls, and they've got 4,200 value right now, 4,300 and counting. 44, 45 MVP level performance there from the Rotting Riders, man. Absolutely insane. Alright. Alright. We'll hang back for a sec. OBS, why? Whatever. Bam. Gorbat on a boar couldn't push through. Yeah, Wrathmongers have 450 mass. They're fat. They're really good at trapping stuff. You really don't want to tangle with them like that. It is a very hazardous proposition. So we're kicking it off here. Bordello Landing Lizardmen versus the Dark Elves. I'm going to see how my standby build does against the Dark Elves here. We'll see what Chim has, Lord-wise. Dark Elves have a lot of Lord options. Malekith is probably the best one against Lizards with Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer just does a lot of damage to SEs. As well as Mali being able to duel a lot of the big monsters on the dragon. That's definitely what I would be rolling with. Alright, Crocky G, gonna be hanging in here. We've got a Rev Crystal, we've got lots of skinks here. Hola, skinks. Skink cohort javelins are pretty nice. They can push back skirmishers. They can chip down dread spears and the like. Okay. You do need to occupy the spears with something before you send the skinks in to throw their javelins. Otherwise, you're just thrown into shields. Just a little bit of a waste of their ammo. We should be okay, though. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what I want to accomplish here. We might see a ton of dark shards. Like, mass dark shards against lizards honestly isn't a bad idea. It'd be pretty hard to get through all those guys also with the options that I've got. And I don't actually have all those spells on the Skink Priest. I don't know why it's showing up that way. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Hola, skinks. We'll see if they can actually get anything done here. I like going pretty wide with lizards, honestly. No, that's not everybody's cup of tea. Usually, and honestly, the most common thing you'll see is the Dread Saurian. Which ends up being pretty strong. High Beastmaster with the Ballista Shot, which is pretty scary. Sorceress of Beasts back here. Pretty good option. Definitely going to be very powerful against my army. We're bringing our caster out. We've got Uranus Thunderbolt here, which is a pretty good spell. Can definitely do some damage to this Dark Shard army. And there's just mass shards as I was expecting, so we'll try and do our best to deal with this. We're gonna side push a little bit.
We have a victory.
Let's get some Chameleon Stalkers out. It's fine. Krotgar can take some damage. We're gonna rotate this a little bit here. It's overwhelmed. We could use Hand of the Gods against the Lord here. Don't think I'm gonna. Krotgar just needs to dodge some, needs to run over here. Rev Crystal gonna move around, and let's start maybe dropping Uranus somewhere. Potentially.
You have the foe's victory point.
We'll drop it here, see if you're paying attention. He's bringing some stuff up over here. We've got some Stalkers, and we've got the Javelins. That's a nice use of Flock of Doom there. I'm gonna bring up our other Rev Crystal, actually. Let's poke over here some. Let's hold back. Let's actually move these guys forward. Krokar's taking a little bit of damage, but nothing serious. He's doing fine. Getting a little poke here. Let's throw some business in here. Let's back up. Let's back up. Don't need to be over hasty here. We'll send Krokgar in now. He's doing some good damage here for sure. We'll try and punish with the javelins throwing in here. Let's try and overwhelm here. We need to spread these guys out. I don't want to just keep getting hit by a shit ton of, whatchamacallits. Flocks of Doom. We'll drop that here. Should do some good damage. We'll start pushing into the middle here. We're going to back up some. Bleak Swords are doing some really nice damage here. We'll pull out the Sacred Kroxigors now and start rushing. Oola, skinks. Get 'em, boys. Drop that here. How are we doing? It's a little messy. This is not going too hot over here on this flank. Need my stuff to start doing a little bit more. We haven't gotten through to the Dark Shards either, who are starting to do some pretty big damage to the Bastiladons right now. He's gotten through onto the cohort as well, which really sucks. Getting through there, doing some damage here. Punishing these guys a little bit. We'll bring out cavalry. Maybe get through onto the Dark Shards. It's a very chaotic fight. He's definitely got a little bit of an upper hand right now. All of my skirmishers are dead, unfortunately. It's very brutal. Got one Dark Shard off here. Fighting these Dread Spears. Gonna recharge here. Gonna get after these guys. We're gonna bring this up. Try and finish these guys off. Yeah, Krokgar's struggling a lot. I don't think we're gonna be winning this. This build was not optimized for this Dark Elf
The
army.
enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Yeah, Krokgar is just getting shot to pieces, man. Oh, man. That's rough. Really good kite build here. I didn't have the tools to counter it. And maybe I did, but I don't think I played this, I played this a little too wide, I think. I went too narrow for what I was trying to do. And then I engaged very sloppily across the battlefield here. Really losing the Umbral side also.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
GG's, Chim. Really nicely done. Yeah, Krokgar was not the tool here. Probably just needed to go wider. Just bringing Burning Head probably the best option. Because I could have cast that through all of the infantry and punished that pretty hard. The fire magic would have also, the slant also would have been nice because it's got the whatchamacallit, Blood Statuette, which is really good against the Cold One Knights. Shield the Old One, Arcane, or if Quetzal you don't really need. Just Burning Head and then probably a Flamestorm would be pretty good. A little bit more cost efficient as well. 1,500, and then you just... I could probably have brought the same opener. And just focused all this up in a much more efficient way. With some Croxigors, maybe, to push through the front. Probably not a bad idea. You bring a couple red-crested skinks or something. GG's. I got my very traditional 3 wins and then 2 losses. I don't think that matchup is unwinnable. I don't know how bad it is. I mean, I don't think it's a great matchup for Lizards. But I definitely think that they've got teeth against the Dark Elves. I think you just need to play a little bit wider and be a lot more patient with what you're going to be doing with your big stuff. Not a great tradition to keep. Yeah, for sure. Maybe Tehennowin wouldn't be a bad option. High Beastmaster was a pretty good option. It was very hard to engage with him. I should have used Hand of the Gods more aggressively. Mazda good, I can believe it. On Zlok or no? Alright, the other side of the bracket should be done because we started so late. So it's Chim and Oishi, which is going to be a really good match. We'll live cast finals, of course. So just hang in there. We'll see what we can rally up in terms of a build to maybe go up against the High Elves there. I guess you don't really need Roiling Skies. Shield the Old Ones is nice. I really like Banishment and Ruination of Cities on Mazda Mundi. He can get disgusting value with these if they actually land straight. Ruination especially good against the lightly armored Dark Elves. Apotheosis is going to be good. I don't need Curse of the Midnight Wind. Net of Amantok, maybe? To punish out-of-position Cav. I don't know, man. I think next time, if I go into that matchup, I'm just going to do a Burning Heads caster. Blood Statuette to punish anything diving on him. Cascading Fire Cloak to also buff up the melee defense in a pinch. Probably could have played with the Chameleon Skinks a little bit less bunched up. They got turned around a couple of times because I wasn't being very clean with my my grouping I was bunching them up way too much, and I didn't have enough support on that back objective of Chim's. And he played very patiently in the middle, just waiting for me to make a mistake and then punish that overextension. Couple of Croxies. Maybe you don't need the double banishment. Get rid of banishment. There we go. Sure. Reserve, Cold One Spear Rider's a good idea. Probably a couple Ripperdactyls. Umbral Tide you probably don't need. You can mix one in. A little bit of mass. And maybe a couple Saurus Spears. What else could you want here? Temple Guard, probably just too elite. They'll just get killed by what your opponent's got out on the field. Maybe double Skink Chief? Oh, you know what? Been meaning to play around with these guys and see what they can do. They've got pretty good missiles. They've got a ton of ammo also. They can poke at stuff. They could probably poke down a Beastmaster, actually, and be pretty decent against a missile line. Because they'll actually pick off models. And I don't think that these missiles get stopped by shields either. It's not a bad idea. I'm gonna keep this build in mind. I got 1,300 gold that I'm gonna play around with and see if there's anything else I can bring. I really like Rev Crystals, though. I think they're pretty underrated. They do a lot for you. Alright, we got the code, we just need the spec slot opened up. Alright, we're chilling. They're probably deep in the Matrix counter-picking right now. We do 300 extra gold. Get rid of the, bring the Legion of Chaqua. You would think that Shield would be a pretty good ability, but I don't know. A little lacking, maybe. Maybe this. The Source Spears come out, they can hold for forever on points. Your opponent can't really charge them down with Dark Riders or with Cold One Knights. Cold One Knight's a little better against the Saurus Spears, but still needs a little bit of support to actually deal with these guys. Ripper Dactyls can go in and chew on infantry. Maybe only need one, though. Well, I found 2 of them to be pretty effective. Anti-infantry and the Croxagors too, so maybe that's too much anti-infantry. Maybe just bring double or triple Feral Cold One instead. Maybe this. I don't know. I'll play around with it and I'll get back to y'all. I'll see if I can maybe play with Chim sometime and figure it out. What the hell? I don't even have a lobby now. Try and be patient. What are some of the other factions that I want to play around with? I'm pretty decent with Beastmen. They're definitely a faction that I've got a lot of experience with. Warriors of Chaos was on the table for us to play in that last game. Probably would have been the better option. Archaon with Burning Head. It's just so dominant. Great lord, great character, very strong, like, infantry clearing capabilities and, hero sniping potential. I mean, Burning Head, Searing Doom, Spirit Leech, all of these do a lot of work for you against the, Dark Elves. So, bringing him would be clean. Valkia wouldn't be a bad choice. Yeah, Wide Walk with Archaon, probably, just to, Burning Head stuff to death. Alright, we'll just get the replay, I guess. And then we'll cast it, and I'll show you all that. And I'll, show off one of the other replays. We got the, we had a Grand Cathay versus Dowie game that, Dark Age Rush sent to us. One sec, guys. Is this the one that we were talking about? Let's check. Oh, baby. Alright, Oishi isn't playing ball with us for the finals, but Chim is going to send us the replay. We'll watch that when it's ready, and we'll just do some of the other ones that I've gotten from people today. So we've got Dowie versus Cathay here. Glade of the Everqueen. Sternguard with a big cannon line, and bringing Malachi Makaisen to support that, which is a pretty interesting choice. You don't see Malachi too often, but I've seen people have a lot of success with the big artillery lines. We've got double Iron Drake flamethrowers, and then a ton of dwarf warriors, of course.
The great bastion was built to defend Cathay.
Yes.
The real wall of Cathay is you. Stand together, as we have done for generations.
So yeah, Wanbo on foot with Felix and an Astromancer. Astromancer is here for the mastery of the elemental winds. It's gonna increase the intensity for both of the lords here, or for both of the casters here, I should say. Get a little bit of extra duration on nets, maybe, but also gonna be using Uranans. Probably just to counter the artillery crews. Because it should be able to shoot through those pretty quickly. Uranans is just such a good spell, man. It does a ton of damage. Even against dwarves, it'll kill models. So, opening up with the artillery now. Peasant Longspearmen taking a little bit of fire, and Goblobbers should be opening up soon also. Yeah, Malachi's Eyes of Brungni gives extra range as well, and Artillery Master lowers the reload time, which is pretty huge for cannons, because their reload time is pretty insane. 22 seconds without any buffs. It's pretty ugly. Wanbo pushing on to the number 3 objective, and probably doesn't even need to transform at any point into the dragon. Maybe to get out of, like, a fight, potentially, but I'd just keep him as he is. He's great on foot with 8,000 HP, anti-infantry. Definitely going to do some good damage to these rangers. Dark Age is pushing some rangers around the back. They're very good with the micro on those. Definitely going to be able to punish the Dowie pretty hard with some good opportunities. The Grace of Kuai Yin is out here. I don't know how these guys just slipped past my radar here. But they're moving up out of the trees now. Jade Warrior crossbows taking some nasty damage from the artillery crews. And Uranans does miss the Iron Drakes back here. Move out of the way at just the right time. Felix, Wanbo, and the Astromancer all kick-flipping and swinging their swords in against the Great Weapon Warriors. Wanbo does really good work against infantry units. He cleaves through them. He can rack up kills pretty fast for a foot character. Good focus fire on the great weapons, doing a lot of damage against them. Jade Warrior crossbows with the Grace of Kuai Yin focusing those guys down. The artillery definitely needs to probably focus a little more on the Grace of Kuai Yin, honestly. It'd be a much better target. And the Onyx Crowmen actually get to land on top of one of the cannon crews. Just absolutely obliterate them. Rangers and the Iron Drakes and Grim Delvers all having a really hard time killing these guys before they get good damage off. They killed one crew already. Grim Delvers, I think, took damage from a Uranus Thunderbolt there. Really good cast. And we do have Wanbo and Felix moving into the back. Astromancer running around with them too. Getting on top of the Rangers, doing some good work there. Peasant Longspears hanging in and just holding up the Great Weapon Warriors for as long as possible, while all of the missile units back here do a really good job of punishing these out-of-position warriors. Warriors have no support back here, and the artillery crews aren't quite doing enough damage quickly enough to kill all of these missiles before their front line goes down, and that's going to hurt the Dowie in the long term. Like, artillery can trade well all day, but if you don't have any presence on the objectives, like, what are they really doing for you? can't just win with artillery doing a bunch of damage and then not having any kind of front line. And I feel like if you just bring regular Dowie warriors and just sit them on the objectives, that's going to be better for you long term with the heavy commitment into the artillery. Because there's just nothing to mitigate the missile fire from the Grace of Kuai Yin and the Jade Warrior crossbows, and they're not trading amazingly, but they've killed the front line, which is the most important thing for Grand Cathay right now. Iron Drake struggling here, Wanbo, Felix, and the Astromancer in the perfect combat for them. Astromancers aren't great combatants, but with the healing from Felix, it'll be able to hang in here for a long time. And continuing to drop Uranan's Thunderbolts onto the missile units, very, very effective damage for Grand Cathay. Another Uranan's coming down back here. Gonna nail the Rangers here. Pretty nice. Takes a decent chunk of their HP out. About 20% lost. Grim Delvers lining up shots for the Onyx Crowmen right now, but not quite able to get the volley off before they turn back around and get after these Dowie Warriors. Jade Lancers coming in, getting the harmony with the Crowmen here, while the Peasant Horsemen looking to get into the back line, but Slayers, Giant Slayers no less, do come out, intercept these guys. Definitely going to take a big chunk of their HP out, but enough of them slip past here to get onto the cannon crew. They might be able to kill this artillery piece, and Grand Cathay is evening up the value. They did lose the number 3, but they're overwhelming the number 1 objective right now. They're on top of the Grim Delvers. Maybe going to be able to finish these guys off, but Slayers folding in on the rear of them is going to be very punishing. Jade Lancers are great against Slayers, but not in sustained combat. Only if they're able to get rear charges are they going to be able to win that fight. More Peasant Horsemen coming in here. Just full commitment to the dive from Dark Age Rush. Very appropriate name for it from them. They're very aggressive with their focus as Cathay. One Jade Warrior crossbow is left back here, shooting some Chaos or Dowie Great Weapons. Gonna be fighting off the last of these Slayers here. Hopefully gonna be able to hold in. Astromancer is routing back here. Does rally here at the edge, and Felix and Wanbo doing what they do best. Chewing on the Rangers and the other infantry targets that are left out here for the Dowie. Miners with blasting charges getting attacked by Jade Lancers, and a great timing on the Uranan's Thunderbolt, maybe? Just a little bit off. Doesn't quite hit the Ulthar's Raiders cleanly. More Lancers coming out, looking to get after the number 1 objective here. Grace of Kuai Yin rallies in the back with just a little bit of ammo left, and Crane Gunners, who I haven't focused a lot of attention on, have 1100 value right now. They're pushing up, probably looking to shoot at the Giant Slayers or Ulthar's Raiders. Looks like they're targeting the Raiders, which is a good choice. These guys are pretty lightly armored, and Crane Gunner fire with the armor piercing and the piercing missiles are going to just absolutely obliterate these Rangers. Good isolation on the Iron Drake, which pushed up, which did get 800 value, is getting finished off here. Grim Delver's still alive, just hanging in there, man. Get charged down by some Peasant Horsemen. Jade Lancers looking to assist there. All of the artillery is dead, so Malachi should not be sitting back here. You might as well commit up to the number 2 objective, instead of keeping him back here where he's really not doing anything. It's just chilling. You know, taking a siesta and drinking some tea, I guess. I don't know what Malachi gets up to. Inventing some insane contraption. Good Uranans and a good follow-up with the Jade Lancers. Gonna do a lot of damage to these guys. They've got no chance here. Miners aren't going to be able to peel enough for them, and I'm afraid that even though the Jade Lancers are probably going to go down, the Peasant Long Spears are just going to replace and probably chip down their health and leadership just enough to break these guys. Jade Warriors pushing up. Dowie can't quite get a hold on the number 3 objective here. Struggling immensely to find an opportunity to lock down enough objectives to start flipping this cap race, which is starting to even itself out now. Grand Cathay was down early. They've caught up a little bit here, and they just need to hang on. I think if they just keep their infantry pushing forward and buffering off the Dowie, they should be okay here. There are more miners, though, moving up now. 2 blasting charges advancing to replace the losses that have been pretty dearly felt here from the Dowie up to this point. More miners with blasting charges getting killed by Wanbo and Felix. Jade Lancers looking for a home now. Going to be rear charging these miners, I suppose. And Onyx Crowman just ripping apart the Slayers. Could commit these guys here, maybe. Just to give the extra harmony as well as hammer down the Slayers. But you do need to save this middle objective, if possible. You don't want the Dowie to cap this and hang on to it for much longer than they should be able to here. Shouldn't be too difficult for Grand Cathay to flip this. It's just miners. Miners have pretty poor combat stats. They're not going to hang in too well here. They've got okay leadership. So Dowier's winning on that front. But with some good rear charges, should be able to break these positions here. And Jade Warriors are going to trade pretty decently into the miners regardless. Wanbo and Felix still fighting in here, doing their best. Astromancer is somewhere on the field still, right? I don't know where the Astromancer's gotten to. Maybe got pushed off by something. Ah, way back here. Is routing down to 300 HP. Damage sustained and exhaustion is probably going to keep this guy off the battlefield. So that's a big loss for Cathay. Losing their DPS spellcaster. Gonna hurt them a lot, but they do flip the number 3 objective. Slayers have gotten worn down by the Onyx Crowman, who have gotten some really good value here. Empress's Crowman with 1900 value. Beautiful stuff, dude. Such a good unit. And the Nangao grenades, they did get nerfed, but it's still an alright ability. It's not as insane as it once was. Still consistent DPS that you can drop on top of advancing infantry, though. Grace of Kuei Yin, still here, man. 700 value. There's only 21 models left, but they've got a lot of ammo. And any amount of AP missile fire against Great Weapon Warriors and Miners who don't have shields, definitely going to stack up in the long run for Cathay and give them a nice edge in these melee fights, especially with the healthy hero core that they have. Felix and Wanbo are doing a great job of anchoring these objectives here in the middle. I imagine Felix is feeling a little guilty for killing all of these Dowie. He is pretty friendly with them. He's probably going to have some qualms about this later. Peasant Horsemen advancing. Getting on top of the Rangers and stopping them from firing is pretty important. Ulthar's Raiders trying to get some volleys off on the Horsemen now, but they're a little too close. They get a few of their axes off and kill some of the advancing forces. It's pretty nice for them, but they're still pushed off the number 3. They're having troubles with the number 1 objective now, the Dowie are. They just can't keep the infantry on the field. I mean, losing the artillery back here was just a big loss. Iron Drakes got pushed back, and without any missile units on the field, Dowie struggle in melee grinds. They really don't perform too well because you're usually bringing chaff Dowie units. And, you know, Miners are great cap weight, but they just suck in combat, man. I mean, 17 melee attack, 18 melee defense, pretty abysmal. And the Dowie Great Weapon Warriors aren't much better. You know, they got good melee defense, but their melee attack just leaves a lot to be desired. And, man, look at this. Jade Warriors hanging in there with 8 leadership. 51 models, but they've only got 1300 HP left. Heroic stand defending the Bastion here, I guess. Miners being stuffed by Peasant Horsemen. Another really good strategy against the Dowie is just throwing stuff up when you've got numbers and tattered units and just making sure that the cap weight can't get forward. If you can do that, then the Dwarves have no hope. Rangers advancing. They're going to get some good damage on the Peasant Long Spears here. But the Dowie are triple capped, and I think they're not going to be able to keep this Ranger safe. There's nothing close to them. We got some very slow waddlers coming up, some Longbeard great weapons. By the time they get up here, though, the Rangers are going to have gotten completely flattened by the Lancers and the Peasant Horsemen here. And that is going to be game. Really nicely done. Dark Age doing a great job of dealing with the artillery corps back here. Sternguard not able to keep those safe. And just losing all of the infantry early game. And not being able to maintain any objective in the late game. Pretty much a death knell. Once Dowie get pushed off, they have a hard time recontesting. Good value out of the Goblobber, but the cannons were very lackluster. Only 100 value on one, 400 on the other. Malachi, 680 value isn't bad, but should have moved him up once the artillery went down. He gives big buffs to that arty corps, but that can only do so much, and especially once they're all gone. You might as well commit him to a fight and just see if he can maybe flip something in your favor. Peasant Horsemen did okay. Lancers did fine. The Crowmen were the big winners here. 2,100 value on the Empress Crowmen, and I really do only think they only came out the once. I didn't see them die or get unsummoned at any point. The other Onyx Crowmen did fine. Wanbo and Felix did great. 1,100 and 700 value here. Doesn't seem like a lot, but all of that was on the melee infantry. And 166 and 111 kills on Dowie chaff capture weight. So actually a pretty big deal. Definitely gave Cathay an advantage that normally Dowie are able to deal with. Dowie hero squads, I would imagine, could probably beat Wanbo and Felix, but maybe not. Wanbo is just so good as an anti-infantry duelist on foot that maybe it's a little bit too risky. So let me go see. What do the Dowie have in terms of their options? You know, Grombrindle, not a bad option. You could probably bring Runehelm, but maybe not. Bring your own Felix for the heals. Dragon Slayer wouldn't be bad, but maybe you just bring a Runesmith. Do you need any of these? Maybe you can bring the Hammer. Hammer of Krakadraz would be a nice tech against Wanbo. Because it's not limited in use, it takes a long time to recharge. Because you have to fight in melee. But 50-second debuff and, you know, minus 40 melee attack, definitely gonna make it really difficult for Wanbo to get any value. And that might be enough to flip the fight in your favor. Didn't see the Dragon's Fang available for him. Netta Amontok is nice, but I don't know if you really want to bring that. I think Jade Shield wouldn't be a bad option. You just keep popping this on your missile units and try and keep them alive as long as possible. It's really cheap, too. It's only 4 wins of magic. And 11 seconds of 44% damage resistance is decent in my book. Certainly nothing to complain about there. Power of Yin, I don't know. Stuff like that. Alright, here we go. We got the finals replay here. They finished their game, it feels like, pretty quickly, so this is going to be pretty insane, I think. We'll see how it goes. We've got Shim on the Dark Elves, and we've got Oishi on the Wood Elves, so Elgi versus Elgi violence here. You love to see it. Nothing better than arrogant elves killing one another. for their, you know, very fallacious systems of beliefs. We love to see it. Dreadlord actually being the Lord option from Chim. I imagine there's a Firecaster in reserve. We've got Drycha with the double Waystalker. Very meta options. Arrow of Kurnus is just... Arrow of Kurnus, just one of them will do really nice for you, but double Arrow is really strong still. It's not as oppressive as it once was, but it's pretty decent for sniping heroes and the like. Yeah, Arrow on both of those guys. We do have the Fire Sorceress on foot. Yeah, going to be hiding in the tree here. Helping on the number 3 objective. And just the sheer number of silver shields is going to be great for the Dark Elves going into the Wood Elves, because 55 missile resist is pretty brutal. I mean, it takes forever, even for basic Glade Guard, to get their value back against silver shields. They don't have great armor. That is one issue that they might face. But it should be fine overall. And Arrow of Kurnus missing pretty horribly against the Scourge Runners, which is pretty surprising. It's very rare that you see that miss that badly. But nonetheless, the Wood Elves already probably regretting their choice there in targeting. Dreadlord is on horseback, just with the sword and crossbow. Doesn't have a shield, but the missile strength on his repeater crossbow is pretty good. Should be able to poke at Drycha from range and wear her down over the course of a long game, which is going to be really nice. She's super obnoxious. Fanatical Resolve, giving such big buffs to everything around her, is pretty insane. In the late game, if she's at like 25% HP, and she's sitting on an objective and you're trying to desperately cap it with whatever you've got on hand, her giving that 40 or 20 melee attack and the 50% buff to the weapon strength can just turn anything around her into a just disgusting unit. Doesn't matter what it is. Dryads suddenly become world beaters. You can throw Wild Riders in there and they'll just flatten anything at that point. Even helps Waystalkers, because they've got decent melee attack here. And with the extra weapon strength, they can actually become much better duelists than they otherwise would be. Scourge Runners hanging out in the trees. We're going for a build-up strategy against the Wood Elves here, which is a pretty good option. Over-committing yourself in the early game against Wood Elves can often be a mistake. And Dark Elves don't have great tools for clearing through Dryads outside of the Burning Heads. Just because they don't have a lot of infantry with any magic damage. Black Ark Corsairs will do well. Witch Elves are probably a little too risky just with the number of missiles out on the field from the Wood Elves. So I understand probably not bringing that many of them. Oh, a Death Hag. Hell yeah. Chimbambu bringing out all the techs. Death Hag will beat the absolute stuffing out of the Waystalkers, and Drycha even. Drycha will do some pretty good damage in return, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a full commit to try and kill Drycha at some point with the Hag running her down. But you can also go after the Waystalkers. Removing Arrow of Kurnus from the field, and that is 6 cap weight. That's stalked and running around and can just sneakily cap things away from you. So doing something about these guys is also on the table. Dark Riders moving up through the trees here. They've been hiding this whole time. There was a point where these Wild Riders were over here in the trees. Chimbambu was kiting back, I think knowing that there were some units in here. And I think avoiding that and keeping the Wood Elves on their toes is going to pay off huge in the late game. Because if these Dark Riders are able to get a good jump onto the missile line here, it could be a pretty short game for the Wood Elves. Wood Elves aren't going to be able to do very well against the Dark Elf infantry if the missile line isn't functional. Scourge Runners screaming up through the middle of the formation here, looking to probably shoot against the Wild Riders here. Really nice Burning Head, gonna hit a lot of these Dryads here, and these are the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart too. Takes a little bit of an unfortunate rotation, doesn't get great damage on the other Dryad unit, but does a little bit. Wild Riders flattening the front line themselves though, getting on top of the Blackheart Corsair and the Bleak Sword unit here. Scourge Runners trying to counterfire them a little bit. Dread Spears looking to push up a little bit and get after their cavalry that are really good target for them to fight, but, you know, being on foot, probably going to be a little bit of a exercise in futility. Pendulum went down, cleared through these Bleak Swords, doing a bunch of damage. Cold One Knights overextending a bit, and the Malevolent Dryad summon is very nice here, blocking up the Cold One Knights and the Scourge Runners, who are going to get punished really hard by the Wild Riders here. Wild Riders chasing down the Dark Rider with shields, who are trying to get after the Glade Riders, or the Glade Guard now. I don't know if they're going to be able to do this, though. There's a lot of infantry units and a little bit of mobility that can screen back. You can probably just push the Glade Guard, rotate them around, and line them back up here. And then just keep pushing stuff forward to buffer out what Dark Riders and mobility might remain for the Dark Elves. Wood Elves are crushing it right now. They're doing great. The Burning Heads really haven't been all that punishing. I've only seen one that's really done anything of note. We've got another Pendulum coming down against the Dread Spears, helping out the Dryads in this combat. And the Death Hag's a little out of position. A little too squishy to be fighting Dryads. Really needs to be after Drycha, or out here fighting the Waystalkers. Scourge Runners caught by the Wild Riders, but there are some Blackheart Corsairs to help push back the Wild Riders. And there is a little bit of a resurgence for the Dark Elves coming out now. Taking a lot of casualties, but a good Burning Head back here. Looks like it's going to roast out this Glade Guard. Oh, wow. Terrible rotation on the Burning Head. Just completely whiffs all of the missile units here, but maybe going to catch the other one. Finally gets a good rotation. Does a little bit of damage to this Glade Guard, but the Burning Heads, man. Ugh, big letdown so far. Death Hag running around out here is finally getting after the Waystalkers. Probably going to finish these guys off pretty quickly. The Blackheart Corsairs have pretty good weapon strength and combat stats. And probably going to be able to get through the low melee defense and armor that the Waystalkers have. Come on, catch them! Beat their asses! Don't let them escape. Good strike from the Death Hag there. Takes a decent chunk of HP out of the Waystalker, and he does actually stop now. Probably going to be done for there. Cold One Knights fighting against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, who are dominating a little bit in this fight, but they're taking a lot of damage in return. There's a pretty healthy Dark Rider back here. Could probably get in and finish these guys off. What was that? The hell ability was this? Volley of Dark Arrows did big damage to the Wild Hunters, and it actually flips this fight completely. A Burning Head going down, taking about half the HP off of this Glade Guard. Roasts the Dark Riders, but not too much damage. And the Scourge Runner Chariots following this up, rolling through the War Dancers, taking a good chunk of their HP out, and the Scourge Runners get right on top of the Glade Guard, who are just going to get flattened by these Chariots, dude. Oh my god. Beautiful, beautiful Chariot play. Keeping these guys alive into the late game has been huge for the Dark Elves, and one unit has 1,700 value, the other was 600. Not nearly as good, but they have nothing. Wood Elves don't have anything out on the field that's going to be able to shut those guys down. There's no Glade Riders. Most of the Wild Riders are dead now. They spent a little too long trying to kill all the infantry, I think. Dark Rider's going to be following this pressure up. Probably going to be able to chase the War Dancers off. We do have the Dreadlord pretty low now. But Death Hag is finishing off one of the Waystalkers. Almost dead here. Maybe going to be able to finish this. And Chimbambu has ground back the value, somehow managing to get back into this game after pretty messy early engagements. Sorceress with the fire magic is moving across the field, probably trying to get a good burning head on the War Dancers here. War Dancers getting nailed by the Dark Riders and the Scourge Runner Chariot, which just pushes right through all of them, flattening those guys, leaving the Dark Riders to their own devices against these War Dancers. Wouldn't be a bad idea, but just coming back and cycle charging, probably going to be a little bit more cost efficient. 2,000 value Scourge Runner here, and 800 here. Death Hag did get saved and is spared from the fate of getting ripped to pieces by the War Dancers here. Probably need to kite these guys back a little bit more. Blocking up the other Dark Rider units' charge just a little bit. But 3 units of Dark Riders should be enough to take out this War Dancer here. More Wild Riders coming out, going to be taking out one of the Scourge Runner Chariots. These Dark Riders probably need to get moving to do damage to these guys. Pendulum goes down, not great against cavalry. Does get a little bit of damage in there. And our Wood Elf's going to be able to hang on to all these objectives. They do have a good enough ticket lead that it is triple cap territory for the Dark Elves. But Dark Elves are just grinding more and more value out steadily and surely. Black Ark Corsairs are beating the hell out of Eternal Guard over here. Corsairs, great answer to the Eternal Guard. They trade a little bit evenly into Dryads, so they're probably not going to win the combat here against the Wraiths of the Frozen Throne, but with some good Dark Rider micro, that might change entirely. Dark Riders get some damage on the Eternal Guard, and then really good attention to detail of turning these guys around and getting the revenge charge against the Wild Riders. The Dark Riders do lose horrendously, but they got a little bit more damage out of that charge than they would have if they just sat in combat and got rear charged and flattened completely. Scourge Runners blocking up the retreat of the Wild Riders. Maybe going to give some time here for Chim to get over here and get a nice side charge, but they do crumble a little too quickly, and the Dark Riders are a little too occupied with the Waystalkers. Drycha just getting blobbed up by cheap mass. Really good choice there. Dreadlord only has 600 HP, but somehow staying alive here. Hasn't used a lot of his ammo. Plenty of that remaining. Oh, beautiful Burning Head. Gonna wreck these Dryads, probably. Good micro getting away from it, though. Oishi is very attentive. Not giving up any free value, but not finding any purchase in the late game here. Desperately clinging on to the #1 objective, but the Dark Elves are flipping it, and I just don't see the Wood Elves hanging on to this for long enough to win this game. Oishi probably needs to try and pressure one of the other objectives. Doesn't have a lot of supplies to work with, though. And in this situation where the supplies are low for both sides, it's going to favor the side that has better chaff. And I think that is going to be the Dark Elves here with just Black Ark Corsairs into the sunset. I mean, there's 4 units of them out now. Half health one here, one on this side objective. One is routing, but there's 2 more advancing slowly but surely up the field. Wild Riders doing their best, but I just don't see this happening for the Wood Elves in the late game. Pendulums have been doing some pretty good damage, but maybe just Melkoths would have been better. And one last Burning Head to probably finish off the infantry pocket over here. Does route their own Bleak Swords, though. That's a little unfortunate, but a flip comes in nonetheless for the Dark Elves. Wood Elf Infantry, they do have a little bit of an edge in terms of being able to get up here a little bit quicker, just because the spawns, they're not really mirrored. It's a little bit farther from this spawn than it is from here. So even though the objectives are all lined up in the middle, this is still kind of a home objective. You've got the trees here, a little bit of a terrain advantage. You've got the closer deploy zone. We'll see how long the Dark Elves are going to be able to hang on to this one. They have to hang on to this triple cap for just a little bit longer here. Barely squeezing units onto this point. They really need these Black Ark Corsairs to get on. Some of the Black Arks get punted onto the point, actually, Bile the Wild Riders. Wild Riders get a nice rear charge onto the Black Ark Corsair. Another Burning Head, dude. These Burning Heads finally doing some big damage. Just barely rotating away from the core of the Wood Elf units. But Dark Riders and the Black Ark Corsairs are piling in, still hanging onto this point by an absolute thread right now. Dark Riders coming up. Are they going to be able to stop the cap momentum for the Wood Elves? And they actually are. Big, big moment here. I think that's going to get the Dark Elves into a position where the triple cap is no longer going to be necessary. So they can probably just play for time at this point, commit more units over here, and just be very cognizant of any pressure coming out onto the number 1 and 2 over there. Dryads starting to rout. There's plenty of infantry here for the Wood Elves now, but some rallying Bleak Swords. Really nice rear charge with this Dark Rider unit. Breaking a lot of Dryads in this pocket. 3 units of Dryads with a little bit of HP and leadership left, as well as these Wild Riders, all breaking at the same time. Dryads here are probably going to be suffering from watching their friends routing, taking damage, attacked in the rear. A lot of leadership malices being applied to them. They are next to Drycha, though, so they're getting a lot of bonus to their melee attack from Fanatical Resolve. But Drycha's on her death's bed here, maybe going to die, potentially. 800 HP left and getting lower all the time. And Chim finally surpassing the Wood Elves in tickets. And I think this game is just done. There's no chance here for Oishi to just be able to break all of this. There's too many infantry here for the Dark Elves. There's not enough hammer and anvil for the Wood Elves. Their Dryads are really low. They're outnumbered in the mobility fight as well with all the Dark Riders that are on the field. And, you know, the Dark Riders have been okay. They haven't gotten amazing value. But just being able to flood the field with them and be able to trade even relatively evenly in the mobility fight, going to be able to crush the Wood Elf mobility over the course of this long-ass game, dude. Oh my god. Huge win. Very well done, dude. Chim's going to be the winner of our tournament today. Finally ending Oishi's run of undefeated games in this tournament here. All the way through bracket and into the finals with not a single loss. And then Chimbambu comes in and just absolutely flattens the Wood Elves with some good Scourge Runner play. 2,000 value on the Scourge Runner. Doubling up on value, man. Oh my god. Good value from the Corsairs, Dread Spears, and the Bleak Swords. Did what they could. You know, they're not really there to carry the game, but they provided good cap weight. They occupied a lot of attention in the early going from all the Wild Riders. You can see the Wild Riders did really well for themselves, but I can't help but feel like maybe foregoing these Eternal Guards with shields and just bringing Glade Riders would have been better, because Glade Riders are pretty reasonably priced at 550. They don't win outright against Dark Riders. It's a pretty even fight, but I think the extra mobility and rear charging would have been really useful for the Wood Elves at breaking down the Dark Elf front line in the later stages of the game. Decent value on the Cold One Knights here. This one didn't do too hot, though. Man, oh man. I mean, what? Max Dark Riders here. We got 4 of each variant. Shielded and unshielded alike. Good value on the Sorceress of Fire. The Burning Heads were a little unlucky. They were just flying all over the field and didn't get great rotations on them, but still did enough damage to get her value back. And definitely the leadership burnt effect was helping get through the Dryads and the Eternal Guard's leadership, which is pretty high, but still low enough that the leadership malices are very significant in flipping one-on-one fights or even 2v1s or 3v1s. Alright, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Also, thank you all for sending me all the replays that you have. I'm going to look through them, and I'll probably cast a fair few of these. I'm always looking for replays, and I'm trying to get as many videos out as possible. So, you know, you'll probably be seeing a fair number of them in the next few days. I'm going to tune out here. Thanks for showing up, guys. Y'all have been awesome. It's been a blast. And I'll be trying to do tournaments fairly regularly. At least one that I'm personally hosting a week. Aiming for 2. We'll see how work and other life stuff is in allowing me to do that.